Hello, welcome everyone to my stream today. How's everyone doing? Today is going to be a little bit different. We're going to be looking at a different type of JavaScript framework, which I'm pretty excited about because, as you know, I've been looking at a lot of JavaScript frameworks over the last year as part of my exploration to kind of understand where things should be. I'm going to talk more about that in a minute, but right now we're just rambling the pre-roll here for a bit, get you past those Twitch ads. So come say hi in the chat as you come in. I'm going to post on social to let people know that we are live. Let me see if I can get a few things up. Yeah. But yeah, how's everyone's week been? I saw some commentary about complexity in JavaScript and frameworks, and we might talk about that a bit on This Week in JavaScript, but it's been interesting to kind of, every time we get around this time of year, there's a lot of time for reflection, and I'm interested to see how people feel about that. I feel maybe people in the stream are not the target of that sort of thinking, because you're trying to learn even more than you already do today. But sorry, I'm just reading chat. But yeah, I think that I think it's interesting because I think there is always a bit of a tension there. Right. Yeah. Well, so we got some people here who are familiar with LiveView. See, I am not. So straight up, like this is going to be all new to me today. But yeah, let's see here. I'm actually going to share my screen, make sure that works as well. I don't actually need to share my screen right away, but I might as well do this. I actually had fun making this graphic. I don't actually know. This is from, I think, Harry Potter, but there was a phoenix kind of flying over to like the sun peering over is that Hogsworth? Whatever. I don't know. I thought it was cool imagery. Honestly, I'm gonna find out how related these things are, but it was fun making covers. That's one of my favorite parts. Sometimes I have to be fair. This one I kind of phoned in because I didn't put a bunch of extra graphics and stuff on. You can always tell the difference when I make the cover and when David makes the cover. So when I make it, it's usually just a graphic, and sometimes I put some text on it, but David makes all these really nice ones, but it's kind of hit or miss when I get them. But yeah, let's see here. We're live. I guess I'll put my Twitch link. I added my Twitch link to my profile on Twitter now and YouTube, because after the State of JS, on the video content creators, they actually added a bunch of links to the people, and I realized that neither of mine were there, even though I somehow got the #1 write-in for video content creator. Nuts, eh? Anyways, I'm glad you're all here. I'm glad you guys appreciate the content. All right, let's do this. Twitch TV is Ryan Solid. Is that right? I guess I'll find out in a minute. Yeah, that looks right. Cool. All right. So how's everyone doing today? Giving this one a little bit of a preamble. I know that this is not our usual kind of topic place. A lot of people like talking about React and Solid and those typical JavaScript frameworks. But if you remember from my last stream, I've been wrestling a lot with the topic of complexity. Yeah, right. And this is why I'm very much open to looking in different directions for where we can learn. The thing is, sometimes you can look at something and appreciate parts of it without actually completely going all in on it, if depending on what makes sense. And I think there's been plenty examples of that where I've seen in the past where if I had paid attention more, I might have saved myself a lot of pain or learning. For example, I keep on bringing this one up, but I was ignoring Angular, just straight up ignoring it. And if I hadn't, we probably would have got into resumability in Marco like maybe 6 months to a year earlier, instead of like discovering it ourselves, we would have been able to kind of like look at it and be like, oh, that's an interesting idea. How can we apply it? You know, like this might be feasible. I think that we see this all the time in web development. You see how frameworks borrow aspects. Here's another example one. Solid starts actions and our server actions and data mechanisms are very inspired by GraphQL, which is kind of weird to think about, you know, at a time when everyone was kind of going, oh, URL, file system routing, let's tie them together. I kind of had this revelation from my time with GraphQL that getters are kind of tree-based and hierarchical, and they work nicely that way. But the way that GraphQL does mutations are RPC. And putting those two together works in that way, works really well. It kind of decouples some of the problems. Like if you ever try and do advanced mutation APIs in REST, you've hit it before. It's kind of awkward. Like how do you do a move between two resources? Because it's multiple actions. It doesn't map as well. Whereas using a graph or a tree to pull data makes a ton of sense. And understanding that these have differences and different semantics helped actually design the APIs. And this came from looking in a zone for a type of solution that might be like quite different than where you're at. And so I'm very interested to see what we can all learn here, because when you attack a problem from a different direction, you often can find like different values and perspectives. So the biggest one example of this that I haven't even mentioned is the relationship between Solid and React, right? Solid, I kind of like at first was like, who cares about React? Fine-grained reactivity. I'm gonna keep on using my Knockout.js, like whatever. And they can do their thing where they re-render a bunch, and I can do my thing. And I didn't really care much about it. And then I started to feel the same pain. Like I could see the trade-offs. Like instead of being kind of blind to them, like I was looking at it, I was like, React showed me how unidirectional flow is a good pattern. Like how immutable interfaces are actually really valuable to stay sane in these apps, right? Like I was fine, but then I was also kind of in denial of the actual issues. And it took kind of walking between very different paradigms to kind of find where we ended up with Solid. So for me, I find you can find inspiration anywhere as long as you can appreciate what the different solutions are doing to reach their goals and how, like what those goals are. So that's kind of what I'm, where I'm coming from here, just to get my perspective. I think it's very interesting that the back-end technologies have evolved in a slightly different way than the front-end technologies. I mean, it makes sense. You're starting from like a different starting point. And what's really interesting, though, is if you have something like that and then it gets ported completely to JavaScript, well, now there's no excuse. Like the distance to check it out or look at it and possibly adopt it has shortened dramatically. You can't just be like, oh, it's some odd language, Elixir. What the hell's Elixir? This is JavaScript. So I think that's really interesting because it also might map easier to, what we're used to, what we see in our mental models. At least that's where my thinking is. So I'm very, very, very much excited, to be able to talk about LiveView today. And I hope all of you are as well, because I would like to welcome Donny onto the stream so we can get started. Hey, how are you doing?
Great, thanks for having me, Ryan.
No, this is going to be fun. Everyone in chat, say hi. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. There's always a little bit of a delay, but yeah, we're going to be talking LiveViewJS, and Donny is the creator of LiveViewJS, and but yeah, like before we get too far into LiveViewJS, why don't you just start kind of introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. Yeah, thanks again for having me. My name is Donnie Flood. Let's see. I'm an entrepreneur and engineering type person. Been working, as an engineer and entrepreneur for about 20 years. Started a few companies. The latest one that I just started about a year ago is a company called Canopy Climate. So it's a climate tech company. We're trying to help companies decarbonize their employees' emissions. So check it out, canopyclimate.com. Before that, I've been doing a bunch of other startups. So worked at a company called Homebound, which is a home tech startup. Before that, so basically I spent like 12 years out in the Bay Area doing startups in ad tech.
Gotcha.
Bunch of different languages early on, mostly like Java, JVM languages.
I'm sharing canopyclimate.com. I hope this is the right website.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks. So yeah, we're doing some awesome stuff there. I feel really good about that work. Before that, I spent a lot of time in ad tech, a lot of fun projects in ad tech that kind of got a little,
technology-wise, just to kind of paint the picture, because you worked in, as you said, around a bunch of different startups, different projects. Just kind of basis, like, how did you get your start with programming, or like, personally or professionally? Just how, like, what languages, what were you doing with it?
Yeah, so I learned how to program back in college, actually, back in late 90s when I went to college.
Right.
Started with Java. That was the first language I learned in intro to programming in college. And really spent most of the next 10 years writing JVM, mostly Java. Did a ton of mobile stuff back in the day. So J2ME, if anybody remembers that. And WAP, WML. Did a little bit of Rails here and there, but mostly not.
Right. So a lot of that stuff ringing bells to me now is the mid 2000 kind of time periods. Around when I went back to university, I remember we were doing a lot of Java stuff.
Yeah, we did a bunch of Scala as well.
Really
Scala adapters at Bizzo, another company I started. So yeah.
Nice. And then I guess more recently, where like, I'm trying to kind of get to where you would even consider creating LiveView. Like, what were you doing?
Well, so I joined a company called Homebound in 2019, and after doing a ton of Java, so maybe take a step back. So the ad tech company Bizzo I co-founded, we sold that to LinkedIn. It was all JVM, Java, Scala, and while we were doing that, I was hearing some noise about React, right, and sort of these JavaScript frameworks, and so after spending my time at LinkedIn, kind of took some time off, and I was like, well, what's this React thing, right? Let me go and poke around and learn some JavaScript front end kind of frameworks. Ended up, spending the next, kind of 5 years building React companies, right? We're working in the React space, front end, doing a bunch of GraphQL on the back end, right? And kind of cutting my teeth on building, pretty big applications. I mean, to be honest, I was mostly doing code reviews at the time we got pretty big. I'm a mostly pointy-haired manager, right, type. After spending a bunch of years coding, turned into a manager, and
it happens.
And so had some fun building React apps, and I think that was like the kind of theme over the last maybe like 5 to 8 years, right? Everybody building front end framework, JavaScript framework apps, and back end, GraphQL, REST APIs that they would connect to, right?
Right.
And so, go ahead. Yeah.
I was were those backends in Node, or were they in different languages, or?
No, those were in Node as well. So yeah,
okay.
Backend JavaScript, right? And I would say heavy TypeScript user. Like I'm a big fan. I know maybe not everyone is, but back, growing up in Java land with compiled language and type systems, I just love that approach, and I think TypeScript is actually a really fascinating. We don't have to spend too much time on it, but like fascinating place from a typing perspective, really powerful. That being said, I think I as much as much fun as it was to learn React and sort of build these, and learn about GraphQL and sort of build these applications, there always felt like there were, some inefficiencies there, right? And for me, one of the things that it always felt like there was this impedance mismatch around state management, right? Like you've got state on the back end and you got state on the front end, and there's a lot of effort, right, to like facilitate the transfer of data from your back end to the front end and like synchronize that state. And so, I was looking, what else is there out there? I ended up actually about this time last year, I kind of wrapped up one of my last job, and I was basically like looking. I was like, I have a little bit of time. I want to hack on some projects. What is interesting out there, and that's how I ran into Phoenix and Phoenix Liveview. I'm happy to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, that. So you're saying it was in what, 2020 when you kind of first came across that, or?
No, it was 2022. So the beginning of.
Oh, really? Okay, so like literally just this last year. Okay.
Last year. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Like a year ago. I think maybe, I don't know, maybe this is not true, but I think I've been hearing a few snippets here and there about Phoenix. Like, I don't know, like a lot of people you probably have like heard about Phoenix or sort of like LiveView and what is this? What's this Phoenix thing, right? And really what actually spurred me to take a better look was a friend of mine, Larry Ogrodnik, sent me a message saying, hey, I'm doing these videos. I'm learning about Phoenix and Elixir. You should check it out. And it's actually by this company. I ended up buying the course by this company called Pragmatic Studio that does a whole course on learning Phoenix, and I highly recommend it. And I honestly, I had no idea what Elixir was. I mean, I've heard of Elixir, right? But I was really happy in TypeScript land, and I love TypeScript. And so, I went through the course, and I, learned just enough Elixir to sort of copy down what they were, what their code was. And just was really fascinated by the LiveView approach. And so, but I wanted
okay. Interesting. So this is all very recent. You were doing React, doing TypeScript, and then you, out of suggestion, you went to go learn this, and then you suddenly found out about this whole other world. I'm trying to remember. How long has Phoenix been around for? I'm not even sure. Maybe I almost want to.
That's a good question. I wonder if folks in the chat know. I know it's been around for a number of years, and I'll just admit right now, I am not a Phoenix expert, nor am I a Phoenix LiveView expert, nor am I a Elixir expert. So I'm sure there's better people to sort of speak to the deep details of Phoenix and Elixir and all those things. I know LiveView has, so Phoenix, maybe I'll try to explain it, and chat folks correct me if I'm wrong, but I think like the good analogy for Phoenix to me is like it's sort of the Rails to Elixir, right? So there's Ruby, and Rails is the framework to help you build web applications. Super popular, obviously. Phoenix is that for for the Elixir language. It is kind of the de facto web framework, and it's not like LiveView is a part of Phoenix. So LiveView, and we'll get into the details of it, but Phoenix started off really just as the classic MVC style framework, is my understanding.
Gotcha.
And over time, LiveView actually came out of some of the kind of qualities and opportunities that Chris McCord and other folks who built this saw with what's called the Beam, which is the Elixir kind of runtime. It's actually the I'm blanking now, but it's Elixir is built on top of another runtime. What language is that? Erlang. Right?
Erlang, yeah.
So they start, basically and I would say that part of the motivation for LiveView on the Phoenix side was kind of the opposite of what you were saying, like, and the opposite of like what my goals were, which is their goals are really to have these really reactive, high, experience interfaces, but without writing any JavaScript at all.
Right. Right.
They're
Yeah.
trying to sort of like make it so that Elixir folks didn't have to write JavaScript. Obviously, my whole framework is
JavaScript. That's a funny thing, but
yeah,
this is an example again of kind of like what I was talking about earlier about walking that line and finding like slightly like outside of the range of what it was maybe intended or what they saw doing. It almost because it seems almost heretical, I imagine, from that side. I was looking actually on GitHub, and the initial commit for Phoenix was January 18th, 2014.
yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, yeah, it's been around for a while. I don't know if LiveView has been around nearly as long, but yes, the first commit was 2014. For
I
actually,
believe it. Yeah,
in let me look for those who don't believe it. Oh, I'm on the wrong window. Here we are. See, initial commit January 18th, 2014. There we go. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, it's funny because that goal, I I was a backend framework,
yeah.
all through the 2000s, same time period when you were talking about when you were doing Java and doing that. I feel like we like tried to do that before, like in various ways, not good ways, but we definitely tried to do that where you didn't JavaScript. My experience through the 2000s was kind of funny because I was a JavaScript. I did JavaScript because as an HTML, like I made websites in the late 90s, and then like I went professional,
Yeah.
after my university first time when I was there, getting my job, and I'm like, okay, it was .NET for me, but same crap. And then like essentially it was like, no, we don't write JavaScript. We have smart like controllers and containers and all these patterns, and we can write our C# code, and then JavaScript magically happens to run in the background. So when back then it was kind of brutal because you'd like drop a select list. If you had cascading select drop downs, you'd like refresh the whole page. Like you drop one down and get the new data for the second one. Like a travel agency site. And what was interesting was back then the technique to try and solve this was to isolate. Like it was right around the time Ajax came out. It was to isolate what we called update panels, and then we would slice out and replace the markup in certain parts of the HTML,
Yeah.
and then we would pass back and forth something called view state and like app state. Like there's different serialized data formats, and we pass like partial state of the app back and forth between the client and server on these requests. And then they would like run part of the initial, like the initial server lifecycle had like, I don't forget, like 8 steps. But when you're doing an update panel, it would only run like half of those life cycles. And you'd end up co-locating that logic with your normal logic. And it was a bunch of switch matches. Suffice to say, that was like the worst experience I've ever had in web development. And like, yeah, it was, but that was the goal. It was no JavaScript.
Did you remember? Did you ever hear about GWT, Google Web Toolkit? I didn't do any .NET, but I think it's sort of similar. Well,
Yeah.
but slightly different. But the idea was like you're writing Java, but it compiles all your Java down to JavaScript.
Yeah.
And we actually built it. I built a bunch of applications with GWT. And like at one point, I think they Google ported the search the search ads interface
Right.
over to GWT. But similar concept, right? People are comfortable writing in Java, so how do we get them to write a more dynamic experience?
Right. See, this is where my personal story kind of diverged, because what ended up happening in those companies or that I was working for at that time, it was one company, but there's multiple teams and there was like different products. So the Active Network, based out of San Francisco, and they had a satellite office in Vancouver, was that. And I moved around a few teams towards my end of my tenure there. What was interesting was we'd have all these update panel, partial update .NET apps, and then people were like, even with that, it was like, man, this is so slow and clunky. And then they were like, come in, write JavaScript on top. So I was like the resident jQuery developer who added the extensibility. And by the time I was leaving, people were like, oh, there's this new thing called Knockout. Like we should make it so that we only do our APIs in oh God, SOAP, I think it was, like Microsoft, like really like Microsoft XML, like world. And then let's see if you can rewrite our clients from Razor or, MVC4 into Knockout. And that's how I got back into client side of all things. But it was like, at that point, the complexity, and like we hit one of the things where the goal was to have a single language isomorphic. I'm seeing these trends all over again. This is why I'm always like hesitant on this stuff. We'd gotten to such a like point that it was such a mess that like it was not delivering what it needed to. And the exit into single page app was like the most welcome thing imaginable at that point. We were just like, oh my God, like all the problems disappear. And it was kind of funny because like that introduced new problems, but they weren't visible to people for several years.
Yes. That's how I felt like my journey was with React. It was like, oh, this is great. This is so easy. And then, this is so complex. There's so many different problems that we solve.
Well, and I think it was kind of interesting because what had happened is that a certain type of complexity went away. Like this trying to picture the state on both sides of the thing. It was really crazy back then with like introspecting the view state, and like it was not good in some of those older solutions. But like the problem is what ended up happening is what was capable at the time practically when we moved to React suddenly became like that baseline was like, oh, that's trivial. And then React, like what we ended up doing with React was like so much more. But then we found our own complexities because we got to a point where like suddenly like, oh, it basically was just a size constraint. We got to a point where like we're on the internet network CPU of devices, like we don't own those. And like this is actually like, sure, you could build everything as a single app and stick it in the browser. And you could build on huge amounts, do incredibly more dynamic things than you ever pictured you could do before. But unfortunately, you've pushed all the cost on the end user. Exactly. And I think that's interesting because, as I said, I forked at that point. Like I kind of split off. I stopped following what was going on in the back end. I did do like Node backends at that point or whatever, but I never went back to follow. I missed the turbo links. I missed like that. Like, and to be fair, as a JavaScript developer, when I saw turbo links, I was just like, like, are you guys just doing update panels again? Like, it wasn't enough for me to like. I was missing the magic piece or the thing. And I have to admit, when I heard about LiveView, and I was like, okay, these guys use Websockets to update stuff. I was just like, I just never went there. And I feel like, but now, a few more years later, we're getting to a point where like all the efforts, all the challenges that have come around to try and figure out how to reduce this cost in the client have almost pointed us to only a couple possible outs. And most of those outs involve acknowledging that not everything that could go in the browser should go in the browser. That's like the fundamental thing. That piece of information is still up for debate, but it's very much why I'm interested. Sorry, this is my like long preamble on my side to kind of get us to here as well. But
I'm curious, Ryan, like, one issue that I've run into with like these large, sort of framework apps is that they start off small and like, you can sort of keep them all in your head, right? And then over time, like the single page app, it means like literally everything is in the front, like in that app, right? And it's like, again, growing up in the world of sort of like classic, HTTP based applications where you have gets and posts and different routes, right, that are handled by the server and different handlers, if you will, on the end of those different HTTP requests.
Right.
That complexity in an application where all your routing now is in the front end, and you need to figure out where where am I, right? Like in this huge application, front end application, like how do I hook up this next page, and like how do I get the state from obviously wherever it's managed, right, into that page in the correct way. And I think like one of the things that again, growing up in the world where one, slash whatever user/ID is literally one, request, right? Or one like set of code that you're like, okay, I got a request, I got these params on my incoming post or whatever it is, or my get, and I'm gonna look up my user and like send some data back.
I think what ended up happening was we added this one layer of abstraction in between, is the best way to put it, because the client-side routers have their definite place, and we've seen like a lot of systems like file system routing kind of come in to try and like bring back that feel perhaps of like before, when you're like, oh, I just organize it in this folder structure. But even outside of that, the biggest thing is data loading patterns. Like we push things to APIs, right? And that's a big like we basically got rid of the monoliths because we couldn't really have them, because we weren't like, even if we had a JavaScript backend, the framework wasn't part of that. So it's like essentially when you're getting started out the gate, you're just like, okay, I need a front-end web app and I need an API. And that was just like the assumed pattern that had to do. And right off the bat, that meant that, it's probably a REST API. You saw it with GraphQL, but essentially right off the bat, you needed something. And I think that is a lot to ask comparatively for like the smaller thing, the thing just getting started up. The thing is, like, I remember at the time when this came up and pointed this, I was just like, whatever. And the reason I was like, whatever, was like, oh, I need an API for my mobile app anyways. And like, it was kind of just expected that like that was going to be the piece, right? I was working at startup, and it was like, okay, we have a web app, we have a mobile app, we'll set up the API and we'll account server and everything. This is also, the timing for all of this was just almost perfect, from the sense that microservices were also the hype. So like everyone's like, oh yeah, we need microservice architecture. So like these things all aligned at such a perfect timing that like the fact that the mobile app would need, have an API, you just like take for granted. So like you walking in the gate, you're already, and it was also the rise of like more complicated web apps. So like people are like, yeah, we should build our app the same way that Facebook works. So like all of the what's the one that create, was it Netflix? One of them had like just the craziest microservice architecture that they put it on a map, and you'd awe at like the 500 different services that talk to each other in this crazy colorful grid. And I feel like all of those factors lent to us kind of shrug off, well, I guess that's the way it's going to be, right? Well, when we get to scale, we're going to need that anyways.
Totally. I was there, right? And I think, like, again, maybe this is the segue for me to LiveView.
Yeah.
Was I was just looking for something different, right? And I'd heard a bunch about Phoenix, and I finally sort of like, took the red pill, I guess, and like, learned a bit more about it. And I thought it was a really interesting, and maybe I'll, like, it shouldn't be used for everything, right? Just like React shouldn't be used for everything, right? But I think it's a really interesting approach to building these sort of like user-rich experiences, but with a totally different paradigm around how you accomplish that. So
nice. Yeah. So yeah, maybe we should talk a bit about what is a live viewer? What is this? I think we're at a good point to kind of switch that over.
Yeah, I mean, you said it earlier. I think the basic. So just so folks know, there's LiveViewJS.com if you want to sort of
right.
documentation. We'll look at some code as well, but at a high level, I think the most simple way to explain it is, hopefully this works, but it's a server rendered page, right? So you're sending back HTML on the first request. And then when that page loads on someone's client, the client automatically connects over a WebSocket to the server. And then any subsequent user event that you want to subscribe to, and there's sort of ways to hook up your HTML page to send events. Any event gets sent over the socket. The server receives that event and runs your logic based on whatever that user event is. Generates the sort of like new view, and then it handles sort of like diffing that view compared to what's on the current client screen, and it only sends back the diffs, and that's back over the WebSocket, right? And then the client applies those diffs to your screen, and you sort of like continue to use the app. So it's this initial HTML request, WebSocket connection, and then user events go to the server, and updates come back from the server and are applied automatically.
Interesting. So the first thing that I noted here, well, there's a couple things I noted here, but the first thing you mentioned that caught my attention is mostly that the diffs happen on the server, which is different than let's say what we've been talking with React server components, where the diffs actually happen on the client. So right off the bat, this is a difference, but I'm going to want to understand that better in a minute. But before we go there, I think from that description, I think the actual kind of questions that kind of pop into maybe a JavaScript engineer's mind is, okay, WebSockets, right? So that means like I need a persistent connection, right? So like and the diffing happens on the server, so the server must be aware of what the previous view was, right? Like, so we're talking stateful servers, right?
Yeah, it is it's a persistent connection for sure, and depending on the WebSocket library, right, you can sort of make them up. I'm using it called WS. They can handle. It obviously depends on your server and depends on lots of other things, but they can handle quite a number of persistent connections.
Right.
And obviously, if you have a super high traffic application, you're gonna have to figure out how to run multiple servers and blah blah blah, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, the WebSocket part makes I follow that. It's the statefulness which is the interesting part from our side, right? Because like, here's the thing: you can make WebSockets with durable objects on a Cloudflare worker. So even on the edge, there can be solutions to WebSockets. But I'm just like, we're just on a lot of the stuff we've been like looking on the the other JavaScript framework side. We've been like, the edge stuff has been really getting embraced, and all this like serverless stuff where like basically the idea is the server can just be thrown away, which is why I'm trying to like understand like the different mentality here in terms of, so when I say stateful, like user has a session.
Yes.
The server knows what the state of the UI is, essentially.
Yeah, so it's interesting. So it knows the state of your live view, right? And so there are certain parts. So I think this is maybe like getting into I think some of the interesting ideas. But so maybe to take a step back, this isn't a single page app. This is a single route, right? Like a live view page that has some defined kind of state, right? So maybe I'll actually just like bring up like a counter example.
Okay. Maybe I'm digging too far into this. Let's. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. It was mostly that. Okay. If you let me share just 2 seconds. Okay. Sure. Here's your counter.
All right. So a counter. This is not for. By the way, this is like a much better sort of thing to do on a client-side app, but like just to show you state, right?
Right.
So in this case, the state is just literally the count, right? It's what is the number, and so that is like you can imagine like that the amount of state grows, relatively small compared to the size of the template,
right?
Back and forth, right? And so when you're hitting plus here, it's sending an event over the WebSocket. The server saying, okay, I'm like going to increment the count by 1, and then it's going to do the diff and it's going to send you that back. So the state is, yes, it is stateful, right? And theoretically, like any application of any, I guess this is like sort of trade-offs of like or thinking about what you're trying to accomplish. Like if you're looking to build a docs site, right? You don't really have state. You're just like, if you have an application, right? Applications they have user state, right? And like you need to store that state somewhere.
Right. I guess what I'm asking in the simplest terms is the fact that count is 1, that 1 is on the server, right?
That 1 is on the server.
Gotcha.
It's in the DOM, but it is on the server, and that will. And I could show you, sort of the request going back and forth, but like. Yeah, any state of any, like all live views, the states live on the server, and that's kind of the idea. Is like you're sending events, right? You're not sending date, like anything. You're sending events up to the server, and those events can have, other values that you're sending up. But then the new state is calculated on the server, and then you kind of run this render loop there and send out a disk.
I guess, okay, so that's like consideration one.
Yeah.
Second question then, following up from that, is like, does that mean that like we always go to the server when we do any kind of change that would manipulate the DOM?
So not necessarily. It depends on the change. So there's actually this. I have it documented in here. There's this concept called JS commands. So JS commands have things you can add to to your page, right? That based on clicks or whatever you want.
Interesting.
Right? You can manipulate the DOM without going back to the server. So these are relatively new.
Is this something you added with LiveViewJS, or does LiveView have it?
This is a LiveView. This is a Phoenix LiveView thing in it, and maybe I should like give that like credit again. Like this entire concept, right, is created by the Phoenix folks. I basically have just ported all of that to TypeScript. But yeah, this is a relatively new thing that I think the Phoenix folks added in the fall, maybe, or in the summer. So you can do things like add a class when somebody clicks on something, or remove a class. You can do transitions. You can send events. You can show high level stuff. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So yeah, that's that. And this actually answers what I was thinking, like my third thing in my head, depending on the answer, because there is this concern. So their desire is that you never escape into JavaScript. That was kind of the question, because one of the challenges in the past is that escape hatch, right? Because there was like classically with these solutions where you don't have, say, these commands, you'd be like, okay, but like, yeah, I'm definitely doing this in the client. So now I have two apps. I have like my micro, like whatever JavaScript app, and then I have my server app. I mean, even a perfect example of this in modern kind of Rails kind of turbo thing is they still recommend using libraries like Stimulus, like the kind of idea that there's these like some things just make sense in the client. So Phoenix's approach seems to be kind of like some kind of, I don't want to call it like imperative directive commands. Like they call them commands. That's actually the right term. Yep. Okay, interesting. Yep. Okay, so that gives me the high level in terms of kind of like framing where we're at in terms of like what the like high level considerations are. We're talking stateful servers. We're talking not always necessarily going to the server, because there's a way to also do some Java client-side only stuff, and the mechanism for that still keeps it very much in line with the philosophy or approach of LiveView.
Yep.
And finally, the thing that kind of snuck out of this is very much a port of LiveView. LiveViewJS is like. Oh. I heard a lot of like things that I don't know are true, but like a lot of like people have made like assumptions or stuff. They're like, oh, they just use the client side is actually just straight up the same client side that LiveView uses. Is that true?
It is that's exactly true. That's 100% true. Oh. So going back to like how this came about, right? I was thinking about the Elixir, Phoenix Elixir, and I was like, this is really cool, but I don't write Elixir, and I don't really want to learn Elixir. I'm happy in TypeScript land. So I started poking around and started, looking at one of the cool things, and maybe this is like, I could show you this. One of the cool things about the front end Phoenix stuff is you can actually look at the WebSockets coming across. And so if we look at the messages, here's a bunch of messages, but I can see what, like imagine you're in Elixir land. I'm running, Phoenix LiveView. I can see the protocol essentially that is being spoken between the client and the server. And so I was like, well, there's a protocol here. The client obviously knows how to send events to the server, and they're in a specific, kind of organization. Theoretically, I can create a server that is in a different language that knows how to speak this protocol. Instead of me reinventing all the things that Phoenix had figured out, why not just speak their protocol and write a server that knows how to sort of send the updates back?
Right.
So this is 100% if you look at the let's see, where's my
while you're grabbing that, just I want to shout out right at the beginning of the chat. I missed it because I was busy getting set up and stuff. Big shout out to Adri UI, subscribed at tier 3. Thank you so much. I'm just catching up on Twitch chat now. I missed this at the very beginning of the stream. Very much appreciate that sub. So just shout out there. And
so just showing you some code here that like this Phoenix, this is the client code that's loaded. This is all loading like the socket from Phoenix HTML, Phoenix LiveView, like this, and this is like loaded on every page, right? Every LiveView page. This is sort of like the thing that connects, that manages the connection and automatically sets up the connection between the server and the client, and like speaks the protocol.
Right.
So yeah, that's kind of how it came about. I was like, well, instead of me having to reinvent the wheel, why not just reuse their client code and implement the server?
I mean, why not? Someone was actually just saying in chat that before those commands came out, that Alpine.js had actually kind of was because in there. So I can see there probably was a gap, but it sounds like that gap has been getting closed more recently. Because that was what came to my mind. I was like, oh man, don't tell me I'm gonna have to do, because Alpine.js is, for those less familiar, it's a view. It's views reactivity essentially. It actually literally is. With basically, it works like old Knockout used to. It's like you render the bindings into the HTML, and then there's a reactive system that kind of like drives it, but you don't need like the templating system is the rendered HTML. You don't need an extra templating system. So it's really easy for backend frameworks. And this is the way I used to use Knockout back when I was working at Microsoft, to just kind of like render the Alpine into the HTML. The only challenge or tricky part with that is, if you've ever like seen these kind of things, is you might have like a for loop or something on your server render data, and then because the client can add it after the fact, you like have these like for loops like sitting on top of each other essentially. Like Alpine, knowing that this was its use case, has made some nice ergonomic updates since like the 2010. But generally speaking, there was this definite 2-app thing. Sorry, I just wanted to give that a quick shout out, because that was my expectation come in. I'm kind of interested for the commands in general, but we'll get there. Sorry, just for the little aside. But one question, we just talked about the protocol, which I'm kind of interested in, because I like half want to understand how they serialize diffs, but I mean that's another topic. You talked about a live view being like a page.
Yep.
But like, what's the navigation story? Like that back button, do you load a new page, or is it part of all, like, is this like an MPA mentality, or is this like
Yes, I would say it's like an MPA mentality. So like, this is some other code, but these are kind of a bunch of routes that I have set up for, examples. So this is sort of like how you think about a traditional MPA app, right? Where you have like, hey, this route is going to this handler. You can add, here's an example where you can add kind of path params as well. So let's go to this one, hi name. I can, so if I go, hi Ryan, you can obviously like parse that route path param out and sort of pass it into the live view itself.
Right.
So yeah, like if you think about, so there's a couple of things. One is sort of like, you can do whatever you want to do, right? It's a backend, but it's more like an MPA type approach. Like this view is this live view, this view is that. Now there's sort of like, you can they also have this thing called a live component. You can like load reusable components inside your live view, so you don't have to, and those components can have their own state, so you can manage that.
Got you. I guess my biggest question is it common to use something similar to Turbo here, like where it does the next page server renders and then it does the diff or the replace? Like, is that the
good question. So there's two different types of like kind of like routing, or I don't know what the right term, I'm forgetting the term, but you can click on a link and there's sort of like traditional like load an entire whole page, right? Like classic anchor link. There's also specific links that you can make that will reload use the same LiveView essentially connection, but reload a new instance of that LiveView. So let's say I don't have it on here, but there's a link to like saying hi to Donny. On here, I could use a link, it's called like a live patch,
right?
To like keep that same socket connection. I don't need to like reload the full page. I could just say I want to load a different state of this live view and kind of like run that there's still a life cycle that happens. Like you have to run the mount, and then we can talk about the different life cycle steps, but you run the basic life cycle steps, render a page, and it's still sending down sort of like that smaller initial diff.
Right. Okay, that's cool. I mean, just again, I'm still trying to ask the right questions to get the comparison. So like that's Turbo, what you described. Has anyone? I guess it's just all. I'm more interested in, I guess, the conventions and the practices here. I guess people are often coming at this thinking page, and then they go, okay, now we have live page or whatever, like the live link kind of approach, if we want to do that. And then like things I'm just trying to wonder if things like nested routing ever like come into consideration, like, or is that just not architecturally where like people's heads are at? What I mean by nested routing is you look at Twitter's interface. I mean, I can just pop in my screen, but my classic example here of nested routing is when I go to my profile page, and bar stayed here, the new section came in. If I switch here, like I don't know if this is actually true of Twitter, but like only this section swapped out. So see, I have this 3-level nesting, and the URL kind of reflects this, right? Because initial page is Ryan Carniato.
Yep.
This is Ryan Carniato with replies because it's like a nested section. This is kind of the index, and then like if I was on home, there's no Ryan Carniato. So like it's this kind of concept of URL bar as related to section of the UI. I'm just I guess it's more of like a practices question, but I'm just curious if those kind of things people play around with in this architecture, or just like
this is maybe gets to like my experience with LiveViews and Phoenix and JavaScript LiveView, both. Like I haven't written sort of like huge Twitter level applications. I know like I've used things like fly.io, right, which are written in Phoenix,
right,
and they have sort of nested routes and nested views and that type of thing. So I guess I'm just more saying I'm really probably not the best person to answer that question.
Gotcha.
But like, and maybe like what the best practice around like how do you structure these, like you keep this part of the page loaded and then you can reload this part of the page. I mean, I would probably implement it as like that's where I think live components can come into play. And there's some more. Obviously, I'm sort of like lagging behind the Phoenix level of like I don't know, like continuous like improvements. So like when they come up with something, it takes me a little while to sort of like port that over or figure out how I'm going to like represent that in LiveViewJS. But I think like to me, like I guess the answer is like my understanding is like there's thousands of awesome applications have been written in Phoenix. A lot of them are using the LiveView as the sort of de facto way they built them. So like I would be surprised if there wasn't a way to sort of like obviously do the Twitter style navigation in a Phoenix.
No, that makes sense. I mean, from the way you described, like what was it called, the live components and like the different pieces, I could see mechanically. I was just yeah, it's fine if you're not the person to ask on that side. It's fine. Sometimes I'm not the person to ask on those kind of things. I did mention that before the stream when we were talking. I was like, I go on streams, everyone's like wants to ask me like how to like do this specific thing, and I'm like, I know how to do a mechanic of the framework. I'm not like how people use it. That's a little bit, how people use it.
Exactly.
So okay, so let's kind of you've kind of covered and answered my questions here so far mechanically. We're gonna hit more stuff as we go, but I feel like it's probably a good time to look at some examples, or like let's start looking at the code. I'm actually gonna make myself a little banner here. So let's just.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I should poke through. Should I poke through like a few examples just to give people?
Right, because I think that we need to. We'll hit stuff and questions, but maybe like do you have like the basic Hello World application to just show someone how they would author it, like what pieces are involved, like maybe just kind of start really basic of like what a LiveView project or looks like.
Yeah, I can talk about that. And I think one thing to keep in mind too is the way LiveViewJS is. I sort of like wrote it in a way that it can run on both sort of like the Node.js runtime and the Dino runtime. So there's some like abstractions, I guess, that take a little bit of like that you need to set up, that I need to build an instruction in certain ways so I could like run them on both runtimes. But basically, just to show you like an Express.js example, right? This is sort of set up. At first, you like have a router of all your live views, which we can go look at these, and then you're just setting up like a typical Express server, which I don't know if JavaScript folks like. With Express, but back
serve the static folder middleware, session middleware.
I'm like adding some support for Flash, and then I just have like a middleware that logs requests to all routes. And so when it comes to like setting up LiveView, there's a couple of things that you need to do essentially. Like one is your LiveView server. In this case, I have this kind of like abstraction, this Node Express LiveView server abstraction, and so you need to pass in a few things. Like you need to pass the router to the LiveView server so it knows how to route requests. There's like this page template like wraps your LiveView, so your LiveViews are really only care about rendering what is dynamic within the LiveView itself.
Gotcha.
If you want to wrap it in like your CSS and your whatever additional HTML you want, that's kind of what that template's for. LiveView has this concept of it's called live title, where you can as you change a LiveView route, you can like dynamically update the HTML title of your page. So there's some like initialization of that, and then the on error is more just like a debug thing. Like I make it easy so if you want to actually look at errors that are happening on the server potentially, like you can tap into that. That's optional actually. You can also you can add a debug kind of thing here too. And then one thing that's important to think about is like, okay, so we're transitioning basically from an HTML or HTTP request to a socket, kind of connection. And depending on the socket, but like sometimes you need a way to get the state of your session, right? Like your user ID or your user credentials or whatever, across the socket and into the LiveView. And so there's this like serialization, deserialization sort of step that where you basically can pull the data out of your session and like serialize it. I use JWT to serialize it up to the socket, across the socket, and then it's decoded and made available to your LiveView. So that's what this SERDI thing is. You're just deserializing the session. And we can look at that as well. This wrapper template is just another like you can wrap your so there's like the HTML page, and then there's like maybe I want to add a place where like flashes are or navigation and like all the common things.
Interesting. So that's the wrapper template's inside the HTML page template, but
yes.
Okay.
And it's also part of this is like this is also like made available to the LiveView kind of handler, so it can
Okay. So,
that wrapper as well. It doesn't diff the outside HTML, but it diffs the wrapper part.
right. Okay. So it's like responsible for saying like where to insert this or where to do that. Okay.
Yeah. What part of the dynamic template to update.
Right.
So then it's like hooking that. So we configured this LiveView. Now we got to hook up the HTML middleware. So it handles, intercepting, again, things routed to one of these things, and then back just the HTML, right? On that page. And then we also, let's see down here, then we like hook up the actual WebSocket.
WebSocket, right.
And so that's kind of the, most of the stuff is just typical Express configuration. This is like, okay, now this is the thing that makes it so that you can sort of like connect over a socket, and that socket knows how to route
right
to the IDE itself.
I just noticed something. What's the index handler?
This is the thing that just loads the sample, just like all this. Okay. It's just it's sending back HTML showing all the different. In this case, it's just showing all of my samples.
Right. So this actual index thing isn't actually using LiveView. It's just like, so you have an HTML page and then the other pages are LiveViews. Gotcha. Okay.
Yep. So yeah, that's basically it. You've got an Express server. You're configuring your LiveView server, and then you're kind of hooking up the middleware for both HTTP and WebSocket.
Okay, that makes sense to me. So, I mean, and that boilerplate is, other than defining the routes, is large, and like feeding in the templates, like the top level templates, is largely the same every time for Express or for a given platform. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
then, I mean, we could look at whatever examples we want, but maybe just to take a look at the counter one real quick.
Or can we talk routing for 2 seconds? Just so you have your routes, you've imported your routes. How does this look like? I guess they're just imported, right? So you can just kind of sit them anywhere. Yeah.
So the way this is my like main LiveViewJS repo. So there's actually like a bunch of different packages in here. This is actually importing from the example. So you could theoretically import, like, again, this is the Express like example server.
Right.
There's a Dino example server that uses the exact same examples. So that's why they're in a different package here. But theoretically, you can put them anywhere, in your path, whatever you want.
Gotcha. Okay. So, let's pick a simple example. Like, it could be as simple as the counter. It doesn't really matter. I want to see what it's like to actually author one of these things.
Yeah. So this is like a volume control one. This one works with keys.
Okay.
I don't know. There's all kinds of different examples. I can show you one with the form. I can.
I want something very, very simple to begin with. Something with one, like a point. The counter is actually almost perfect. Just something with one point of interaction. Yeah. Can we look at we all saw how it worked a minute ago. Can we look at the code, like the actual counter? Okay.
Yep.
So, there we go. So because you're importing directly, export const counter LiveView, create LiveView, and what does a LiveView take? What are we looking at here?
So so maybe at a high level, there's like 6 different LiveView state functions that you can define. Okay. So mount is sort of like the initialization step, right? You're kind of like initializing your counter or whatever your state is. You also get there's some optional things here. You can get session data. You also can get the params. So like if there happened to be a
in the route, right?
A name on the route, like I can pull it out of the params. If there's session data I want access to, like a user ID or whatever user credentials that I want to validate, that would be passed in.
What does socket assign do here? You're clearly initializing the state, but
So this is sort of like maybe this is kind of like the background here is like this is a little bit of the Phoenix Liveview kind of API that I sort of like ported over to to JavaScript land. So socket is, you can think of socket as this sort of like utility object that lets you do different things. It lets you assign new state to your live view. So that's what assign does. You can pass in, sort of this, state that you want to override the existing state to be. You can also access the existing state. So if you do context, that's the existing state. And so there's various other helper functions. You can send messages from this live view to to itself, which I'll get into. You can push events down to the client. You can do all kinds of things, but in this case, assign is just like I'm initializing the state of this live view to this particular JavaScript object.
Right, and if I look down at the event handler, I actually see more of it, and it's set state, like count equals count plus one. Okay, and that's interesting. I know I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but handle event handles all events. It's delegated for this live view, and then it's like so then you just increment. So these are named. Okay, let's keep on going.
Handle event is any outside event sort of from the client comes through handle event. So and we'll show you how to hook it up. I mean, this is how you hook it up, right? So you're saying, this is render. Render is responsible for like what is going to be displayed when this live view is shown on the page.
Interesting. You're using tag template literals here. I guess in Phoenix they have their own syntax for whatever JSX like for view like approach they use. But okay, so. Interesting. Yeah. Okay.
The tag template literal is actually super important, and when we can get into like JSX versus tag template literals, and the key here, and maybe this is too much information, but like what I was trying to accomplish with tag template literals, and this goes back to like how the server diffs the template and what's dynamic versus what is static. And I didn't really ever want to like parse anything, right? And so what's great about tag template literals is, as you know, all of so anything inside of this $, kind of bracket, right, is quote unquote dynamic, and everything else is static. And so it lets me automatically get the structure of the template that Phoenix speaks.
Yeah, this makes complete sense to me. The number one reason that I don't use tag template literals in Solid is because there's runtime. There's two reasons. It's a little bit clunky when you nest stuff, and the other reason is runtime. There's an expectation this works this way at runtime, and because I wanted to do all the reactive wrappers for Solid to do all the like reactivity, and I didn't want you to have to write it. This doesn't work. You'd have to add in a bunch of function wrappers, and since it would need to be compiled, JSX wouldn't set up the wrong expectation. But what Solid's JSX does is looks at the template the same way and generates a string. It actually it basically doesn't do hyperscript. It actually looks at the structure of the code and generates the static string and separates the static from the dynamic. Very similar.
Yeah, I would love to maybe use your version of JSX. There's some I have a branch in here somewhere that's trying to compile JSX to tag template literals, because again I just like that structure is like perfect for Phoenix or for LiveViews, where it's just like I don't care about anything that's static. I only care about the dynamic parts.
And this is why I expect also on the JSX side why I want a lot of the tooling to move forward, because this kind of optimization is the obvious optimization to make. And while Solid is kind of famous for doing that now, like that's its thing, like the way that a lot of templating languages like Svelte or Vue approach this is very, 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 very similar. And they this is kind of just expectation. Even Inferno, which is kind of React-like, they look at the structure and pull out the static VDOM nodes so they don't have to recreate them every time. So like this sort of optimization is almost guaranteed in the future if you're performance oriented so I think it's yeah, I mean, this is my little rant aside, but I think things like TypeScript and like different tooling like that has to start expecting this kind of change. And this is the number one reason I did not want JSX in the browser, because I think that thinking about it in terms of separate function calls is actually really, really awkward. It has benefits, but from an optimization standpoint, it's not great. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an expert at JSX. One thing I was, again, trying to poke around this like JSX to, to tag template literal like compiler thing, right? That's looking at the AST of JSX and, trying to turn it into this structure, which is, it's really challenging. But yeah, like I don't know. I think it's like, yeah, I'm glad to hear that this is the direction that people are moving, because like I think it's exciting to like. I would love to support JSX, but I just looking at what is output from a compiled JSX, like it's hard to know what parts are dynamic and which parts are static.
Right. The other place you're going to see this a lot with the tag template literals is stuff like Indino and stuff, because simply the fact, and this is like Preact and stuff, and using like the desire to get away from build tools to be able to do a lot of this stuff is also very compelling. I'm kind of on the other side of that, because I think that like if you give me the option to have build tools, I'm already always going to be able to do something better with it. Like when you have more
are there for a reason, right?
Yeah. Like if you have the ability to analyze something ahead of time, you can always do better than what you can do at runtime. Some things aren't analyzable ahead of time. We have to understand that there's those things, but if you give me the means, I will be able to do better with it. So like, but yeah, no, this is this makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. So to just to like finish out on this simple example, right? You have these kind of built-in Phoenix tags, attributes that you can apply to your HTML, elements. And basically what you're saying is like,
name of the event
happens, I'm going to send this event up to the server. And then, going back to the handle event, right? Like you said, it's getting, an event coming in. That event has a type which corresponds to, one of these two things. And then we're going to, run our logic based on that. Now, little kind of like, maybe DX thing here is like, this works if you don't add type attributes to this, but it doesn't know, it doesn't know if like there's some other thing that you can or cannot add to the state. So having these like type annotations will help you, just write safer code, right? So here you wouldn't be able to, add something else, right?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, it's the well, it's actually interesting, I guess. Like with props in modern function-based components, it's the same thing, but the state is a little bit different. But again, it's because the state doesn't really feel like it's attached itself to the components. So like if someone added, like the act of adding foo is the act of what that where that expectation is. But it makes sense to me why you do it this way, because it's actually like the class components in the past with React, where you're like, look, I'm defining like a shape, like this is like the state is this, and then versus the more hook primitive kind of approach. But okay, this I'm following pretty well so far.
So that's obviously super simple example, but that's the concept, right? Is like the HTTP request comes in. This is basically it goes through the same mount process. So set the state.
Okay. While we're at this very simple example, because when you get more complicated, we can't talk about stuff that's quite as technical. I want to talk about the diffing here right off the bat, because this is because, as we all know, the only thing that needs to change here is the text in the one text node, and this is kind of an interesting one to me, because obviously we keep the state on the server. I guess we keep the previous run of the I'm going to call it a virtual DOM. Like, let's face it, this feels like a virtual DOM on the server. Is that correct?
I'm going to do this. No, it's not. It's like it's this tree structure actually that let me open it up for you. And try it real quick. Core. So So this is the tag template literal part.
Right.
There's basically this thing called parts.
Yep.
Terrible name, but what I do is this tag template literal gives me the static parts, right? All of
Yep.
the just text that will never change, and all the dynamic parts, which are I don't really know what they are, right? They could,
right. And for those of you who don't know, the coolest thing about tag template literals is that the static parts on every execution don't change. It's like they cache them in that location, which is like their superpower, which is just amazing. Yeah.
So, you're calling this, you're calling this tag template literal. That's giving me, in the constructor, I'm getting all the statics from that, and then I'm getting all the dynamics. And basically, the way Phoenix works is, and maybe this is a good time to, I don't know. So I end up essentially generating this with what I call this parts tree, right? So I keep track of the different, I have obviously keep track of different things, and then Phoenix has a protocol, right, that allows me to, let's look this up bigger. So it has a specific message protocol that looks very similar to that structure. So essentially, you send back like a set of dynamic parts, right? So there's anything with a number. I don't know if folks can see if I need to zoom in a little bit more here.
Okay.
This up bigger. Gosh, I haven't zoomed in this far to.
This is always the fun part in here. The dev tools suck at zooming in. It's fine. If you need to go one more level out, it's probably okay.
Okay. Okay. Anyway.
But I guess is this from the initial render? Because I saw the static HTML in there for a second.
There is the static render comes back just as HTML page.
Right. Okay.
So
right, and then you press up on the counter, right?
So this is the initial page load, and then it actually, as soon as you load the page, it connects over the socket. So it's not waiting for you to hit like a button. It's like already connected and waiting for you to do stuff. So then on the WebSocket side,
sorry.
Message. So there's a heartbeat that's running, obviously. Okay, so we're sending back. The important part is this rendered tree. I can tell you what the other parts are, but anything with a number is like a dynamic part of the template. So these one are actually like part of the wrapper that shows a flash message if you want. So we can ignore those. The dynamic part here is just this one kind of. It's actually a tree as well, but it's the number, the counter, and then the static part of that tag template literal. So, and it's broken up into, the order of, the order of it being rendered. So in this case, there's this is the beginning, right? Count is, and then dynamic would be inserted in the middle, and then one is the rest of that message.
Right. The data serialized format makes sense to me. And on the larger template, we're actually seeing the slots or holes filling into the actual bigger thing, like the main role class container. The S is the static one for the outer. Exactly.
So it's a tree of these different parts, right? Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense to me. I guess my question is, why send the static stuff? Why send S?
Yeah, that's the initial join response. And so now your client has the cache of all the static parts.
Okay.
And where they live in the tree, what they're associated to, and now, so for subsequent updates, so let's go up here and actually hit plus, right? So we've incremented, we're sending the increment event. That whole loop life cycle runs in the LiveView, and then let's scroll down to the bottom here, and we get a reply. And this is the subsequent diff, right? So the diff here is literally just all right, this slot in the tree, and this, at this index in that that tree,
right,
updated to 1. So this is the cool part where you're like, okay, it knew all the static parts, it knew all the dynamic parts, and obviously we're not changing a lot here, but it only sent down, this, kind of only up this part of the tree.
Right, and because on that first run, when it got like initialized, it actually that's when that's when I did hydration essentially like at the point when you did that first connection thing. And so it server renders, connects, hydrates, so to speak, and then from there on, it just actually patches the holes.
Exactly.
Which is very very cool approach. I'm trying to think of. Yeah, it's funny because we've been talking about this kind of thing with Marco for a bit, but can we go back to? We don't have to go back. It's like in my head. I'm just thinking about the process of what that hydration looks like, because technically you don't need to recreate the DOM nodes, but like I'm trying to think of how it would use the static template to know which DOM elements are already there. Like,
well, if you remember on this like initial response, it doesn't send anything other than like raw.
Right.
So it's not sending. It doesn't know any structure.
Right. Of course, that's what I'm.
Propose this right at first. So I guess I think about it as like this that initial mount response, which is or join response, which is like when you actually connect to the socket, it's just sending like here's the initial shape of that. Of like the entire render tree, and obviously really small here.
Right.
It needs all of it so that it can, once you get the dynamic parts, it can zip, the static parts back up together around it.
Yeah. This part particularly is of interest to me, obviously, because I'm like thinking in my head how you go from the string to looking at the HTML and then figure out where to make those things. Once it's wired up, the rest of it is fairly straightforward. That's probably like the most interesting thing to me. Maybe something for me to look in on my own time.
I'm happy to like dive deeply on that.
Because that part is the server rendering makes sense to me, the way the state updates, and because like it's funny because I have conversations quite often with Dominic Ganaway, creator of Inferno. And he's, very much a virtual DOM guy, and Inferno being like the fastest virtual DOM libraries. But when we talk about it, he always talks about virtual DOM being the holes, not being the static parts, right? And I'm like, well, that's what reactivity is. It's the holes, not the static parts, right? Like, and I see the similarities here. So that part, like, once you're wired up, that part makes perfect sense to me. It's that hydration step or whatever that we call in the front end world that is definitely of interest to me at least. But interesting. Do you know high level like how that works? Like does it like string compare like the interchangeable
like on the client side? How does it actually like?
Yeah.
My understanding is it uses morph DOM actually to like do things. I don't know exactly how morph DOM
oh, okay.
Like underneath, like far underneath this, it uses.
Okay,
actually.
Gotcha. I'm familiar with Morph DOM. For people who aren't aware, Morph DOM was created by the same person who created Marco, and it was created at eBay. So I used to work at eBay on the Marco team. Marco 5 are basically all Marco versions up until the upcoming Marco 6 are built on Morph DOM as well. So. Yeah, Morph DOM does a DOM diff, and my guess is
okay. That's the thing. I haven't written any of this. Phoenix. This is part of why I'm like, hey, I don't know. I just like to speak the protocol, and the Phoenix actually wrote the.
My gut guess here is that they take those static templates because they'll need it next time. They compile the new data with the static templates and use Morph DOM to do the diffs. That's probably the way they do it. So in a sense, what's cool though is if that is true, they don't actually hydrate. Like you don't really need to hydrate in this paradigm if I'm understanding it correctly, because you only need the static templates so that the next time you do it.
Exactly.
Which means, okay, well, the reason I might have to confirm this at some point is that's actually a client-side diff, not a server-side diff, if that's the approach. Like
It is. You're right. I mean, technically, like, I mean, in order to apply the change right to the DOM, you've got to like figure out what parts of it have changed, right?
Right.
With that.
What's cool is that I will say that the serialization format is definitely compact, which is really nice. You don't send the templates twice, which is really good. This is one of those like problems that we've had with, when people talk about React Server components, they're like you in your head, you're like, man, like why are we just sending, like, that you're sending that JSX multiple times. And the same problem with the stuff we've been doing, where we've been sending the HTML instead and doing the diffs. I don't think this saves on, if my understanding is correct, I don't think this actually saves much on client work compared to like the approach that Solid's been doing with our server component solution, but it definitely saves on over the wire cost. So that's pretty cool. Okay, that was
maybe another interest. I don't know. This is I think this is kind of a fun demo.
Okay,
maybe this is like getting into a little bit. I think the diffs will be cool here too. But this demo here is sort of like, a faux sort of like live updating, dashboard. And I'll walk you through the code, but so obviously the only thing that's changing is sort of like, these are random, right, numbers, but like
gotcha.
The like the new order count, the sales amount, and so we look at the WebSocket messages there as well. And these will come by really fast. I guess it's hard to see.
Someone was mentioning, sorry, it's not someone, that you need that header to add event handlers. That is true, but part of me wonders if they're, given the way that it works, if they're just adding global event handlers. So like that could just be something very, very simplistic. Like you don't have to walk the tree to add the event handlers. Is my guess, because you get the element and then all you do is you like listen to click. It bubbles up to wherever the delegate event handler, it goes, does this element have a Phoenix click on it or whatever Phoenix thing, whatever that name is, dispatch that over the socket.
Yep. So it's kind of, I guess it's hard to see with the slides here, but you can see it a little better here. But like, these messages are coming in, right, and they're only sending like, again, the diffs of what has changed on the DOM. So it's kind of fun. Right.
Yeah. No. That makes sense to me. And this is a good example of showing like how, because the WebSocket solution's like built in, like this is just kind of like, I imagine probably very easy thing to do. Sorry, can we look at the code again, just so I can appreciate it?
This is the dashboard example. Again, we've got kind of the shape of our state. We've got kind of the external events, so you can click refresh here and like update faster. And then this like internal event is a slightly different handler. So again, we've got the same mount. We can check to see if the socket is connected, and if so, we're going to like set up this just this interval, right? That's gonna send this internal info event. So this is actually what's doing the like looping, if you will.
Yeah.
And then
so in terms of life cycles and where they live, does the mount run on both sides or only in the client? Like how does that work?
On both sides. So mount, and then there's we haven't shown this one yet, but there's another method called handle params, which actually gives you access to the URL and the like path params of the URL and query params. It allows you to update state based on those params before you render. So it calls mount, handle params, and then render for both HTTP request and the initial WebSocket join.
You understand the reason I'm asking this question is because I see a set interval in front of me, and I'm going, who's calling set interval? So who is calling set interval?
So in this case, it's the the LiveView itself is calling it. I'm storing the interval in like a.
But I mean, like conceptually for me, sorry, is that set interval happening on the server or on the client?
That's what this connected is. It's happening on the server. So this is running on the server in the background.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is happening on the server, right? You've got your LiveView instance.
Oh, right. Sorry, I'm thinking about this wrong. Everything in here runs only on the server.
Everything in here only runs on the server.
Yeah, because the only thing on the outside that you see is like the name of the event, or like we're talking about the mechanical stuff, but you couldn't, yeah, because all the states on the server, you couldn't possibly like run a set interval in the client like this. Like that's not the way this works, right?
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, sorry, my question was silly.
I mean, it's a fine question to me. So the interesting thing here is like this socket.connected, that means it won't run during the HTTP request. So you're not going to like set up an interval to run on the server when you're making initial.
Yeah.
Where you're saying, okay, when the socket connects, I want you to set up this thing that is going to run every second, and I'm just assigning random data to it. The send info, again, this is the socket, one of the socket helpers, right? What it does is it sort of like handles sending an internal message to this internal, in terms of like internal to this LiveView. And it's kind of a dumb one, but like it's just a good, I guess a good example of like what handle event is for. It's to receive these asynchronous events from like somewhere else that are initiated. In this case, it's happens to be we're generating ourselves, but you can imagine. So this is one of the, I think, strengths of the LiveView approach is like pub sub is like a first class citizen here, right?
Yep.
And so you can imagine I've actually got like 3 different pub sub implementations, like a super basic event emitter, like single process pub sub, which is just for kind of like testing. And then I've got a Redis based pub sub and so that's for Node. And for Dino, I've got a broadcast channel base. So broadcast channel in Dino, especially Dino deploy, is actually like across every instance, right? So you can publish messages on Dino broadcast channel, and you can subscribe to those messages in any process.
Yep.
But that's basically where those, like if you're subscribing to something, imagine you've got I've got an example here that we can talk about in a minute, but you've got these asynchronous events. You want to be able to push that data back to the client somehow, right? And so this is the way. This is sort of like that handle event or handle info callback is the way you kind of process asynchronous events, and then again update the context or the state of your LiveView, and then it automatically runs the render loop for you again and pushes that back down to the client. Runs the diff, pushes all that stuff. So that's I don't know, just I think kind of a fun like example of like, hey, you can create really dynamic LiveViews with relatively small order. Obviously, this one's hard coded to like generate data, but you can imagine that data coming from some other dynamic place.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's like the opposite side of the coin, so to speak. Because someone, sorry, I keep on saying someone. Parasocial mentioned in chat that this is DBmon, which is kind of the joke. It's there's a client side benchmark where they literally spam like a kind of like stock ticker thing, and it was popularized because it, like, Brian Florence showed it at a talk back I think in 2014 or 15, and it was like the thing that showed that React was the fastest because of its diff engine, because they would just slam all the data at the page at breakneck speeds, and sorry, the chat's making me laugh about someone thanks, Prime. But that was like the test. But the funny thing about that setup was, right, like you're on a client, you're pulling, like you're just like, how fast can I pull that data in order to show it? Whereas this is the opposite. This is like pushing, like it's like,
yes.
So yeah.
Yeah, and there's a story. I'm not like super familiar. I heard it from a friend. This is an interesting sort of paradigm, but one thing that happened, I think it was like somebody wanted to build a like voting app in Europe somewhere, and all of the, like, everyone logged on and like voted at the same time. It's sort of like took down the server because it was getting all these events and trying to like send them to all the clients at the same time.
Yeah.
I think that there's better architectures for sort of like kind of collecting all those events and sort of like sending them in one fell swoop, or like aggregating them and sending them. But yeah, that, I don't know, interesting. You just maybe remind me of like early problems people run into where you're like taking a straight data feed from kind of pub sub and like just blindly sending all the events without aggregating them first.
Yeah. Okay. Where do we want to go next on examples? Because is there any other like kind of cool feature, or maybe show something like a little bit more involved?
Yeah. So maybe we could talk about like forms.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do forms. Yeah.
Okay. So let's do like a, I don't know, this is a stupid example. All these examples are pretty small, but so I've got this, I got this form here, and I'm building my library, right? So I've got lab or something, and I've got what's the name of the author JR. So first of all, I got what is it? I'm gonna misspell it here. Is that right? IEN. Anyway, so then I'm going to add this book, and now I can like check it out and return it.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So a couple of I think interesting things here. Let's see, what is that one? The books. So this maybe introduces the concept, which again I sort of like stole and ported from. From
it's funny. Zod was just mentioned in the chat.
Oh, really? Yeah.
It was like validation in LiveView is what TRC and Zod wishes it to be, and then like we get here and I'm like the first thing I see is Zod.
Yeah. Well, what I do. So take a step back. Phoenix, again, all credit to the Phoenix folks. They have a this concept, and it's really on top of their database, which I'm forgetting their database library, but it's called a change set, and so. Keep in mind what this. I don't know if folks are familiar with Zod on the feed, but essentially Zod is like a way to describe a shape of JavaScript object that you want to kind of build, and you can add validations essentially to that object. And so I use Zod to create this to implement the concept of change sets in Phoenix Liveview and bring them over to TypeScript land. And so I'll kind of take you through this real quick.
Two seconds. I got to throw thanks out to Jetpack Joe, who gifted the Primogen gift sub. So thank you very much for doing that. Anyway. Sorry, continue.
Yeah. Okay, so we're just defining like what the schema is for a book. We're going to say the ID is blah. By default, it's a nano ID. The name has to be between 2 and 100 characters. The author is 4 and 100 characters, and checked out is a Boolean, right? And so just the shape of your object. Zod has this thing where you can infer actually the TypeScript type from that schema. So that's what I'm doing here. And then I got this change set, which you'll see kind of how it works. But it's basically this thing that keeps track of or can validate data being passed in and tell you what parts of your object are valid or not valid, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah.
And then as BooksDB is kind of and PubSub, and we'll get to PubSub, but so let's see. Okay, so
can I see the HTML first?
Exactly.
Just yeah.
So we've got the form here.
Yeah.
I've got this helper library. It basically spits out a form with some Phoenix attributes. Kind of maybe we'll look at it in code just so you can see what it looks like. So it's a straight up. So classic forms. It's a post. It doesn't matter. So we've got these two attributes for forms. That there's only two. There's a phx submit and a phx change. And again, this is a Phoenix thing. The change gets called anytime one of your form elements, changes, and you can sort of add a little bit more on top of that.
Gotcha. Yeah. So because form validation has to happen on the server too. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
I think it's a feature, not a bug, because you can do the classic problem of like, oh, I'm going to do client-side validation,
Duplication.
validate it on the server, when you save it, right?
Yeah, you have to do it. You have to do it twice. Yeah. It makes sense to me. Also, thank you, Wesley Coder, subscribed at tier 1. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we got this form. It's got a submit event named save, and it's got a change event named validate. And then we've got 2 inputs here. One is the name, and then one is the author, right? And we've got a couple of other Phoenix things here. This Phoenix debounce just means it's not going to actually send the validate event unless you stop typing for 1 second or whatever, right?
Right.
So
this is cool. This makes a ton of sense to me. Yeah.
So let's say I start typing. It's been a second. Boom! It wants to validate that thing now, which it tells me, well, it needs to be at least 2 characters. So I type again, and then it sends that event back up.
Nice. Sorry. So okay, now that I see the view and I see all that, you're saying that it runs through the same validation code, say like on submit, as it does here. You just define what the validators are, and it's like, this is odd, and then is there like a custom message? Sorry,
yeah. So that's the validate. That's our validations essentially.
But like the string for like where you said like this is not something. Where is that coming from?
Yeah. So that comes from. So Zod has some built-in validation error messages. So it's using the default error messages from Zod. I'll show it probably makes sense to show you the change set implementation, but before I do that, let's just connect the events, right? So validate again comes through the handle event handler, right?
Yeah.
And what it's doing is it's using this change set basically that I built before to pass in like the data from the event,
right?
And then it's going to get back that change set is going to have embedded in it like the set of errors by like the shape of the object's attribute.
Right.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense. Oh, I got to give a quick couple more shout outs. Sorry. Pay attention to the stream. Thank you, Parasocial, for gifting sub to Maple. And also Idri UI for gifting sub to Jor Lorenz Sylvie. I can't say anything. It's all good. Thank you so much for those gift subs coming in. Oh, and Julian and GD gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you very much. This is awesome. Apparently we're on a hype train.
Sweet.
So yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we got the validate events. Those are called every time you kind of change something on the form, and also we've got the save event. And this one just kind of does the same thing, except it checks if the change set is valid, and if it does, then it saves that book to my database, right? And that's kind of the. So I think what's interesting, I guess, to me, what's interesting about this, again, let's look at the HTML part of it. It feels like a really easy and rich form like experience, right, out of the box. You don't need to like figure out what React form library you're gonna install and then like hook up. You only have these 2 events that you have to handle, which are.
Do you know what question I'm going to ask next?
Oh, no, I don't. But.
Does this work when the JavaScript is not loaded?
No, nothing works when the JavaScript's loaded. I mean, it may work in Phoenix land.
Yeah, I had to ask. The funniest thing is, I was playing around with your Hackernews demo, and because I wanted to, I didn't test with JavaScript off, but I tested because But I tested with the network off. Once I was inside a comment to see if I could compress the comments, and I could, and I was like, okay, something more is going on here than I thought. But we can get there in a second. It's fine. It's just I was.
You like open and close the comments?
Yeah.
That's a good example of the JS commands. That's implemented.
Yeah. But we can go back to that in a second. Is there anything else we should talk about forms? The reason I had to ask about progressive enhancement is because in JS land, that is like literally all everyone is talking about right now is progressive enhanced forms. It's so profoundly spanned out now that I had the creator of Leptos on my stream, Greg, and he actually showed progressive enhanced forms in WebAssembly. So like it was just it's such a silly thing because like from a backend perspective, you're just like yeah, a form is a form. You know what I mean? Like, but if it's been like the cool buzz thing recently on JavaScript frameworks. Like we just discovered that you can use HTML without JavaScript. Sorry, that's my funny comment here.
That's awesome. Yeah. Well, that's where I grew up in, like HTTP postland, right? You're like, you are just like getting the data in, and you've got to do, you've got to like.
And the reason this kind of comes up in the question is because there's a certain amount of like the question around like it's not about progressive enhancement. It's about graceful degradation, as I've said before. It's about like what happens when things go wrong, right? Okay. This is one of the challenges with the complexity of a lot of the abstractions we have. We lose the ability to just fall back to the way the stuff works. The fact that you're already using forms suggests, and it's a backend protocol, suggests to me that this probably actually would work. I haven't actually tested it, but like part of me suspects that the form. I guess
it would be easier to make work, I think, because you still need a route, right? That's handling the post at some path, right? Right now, my path is like nothing, but you would need something that is, the path where you want to post your books, right?
It's more about the handling on the server, right? Because right now the forms like got like probably some fancy Phoenix things, like kind of in it, and that's how it knows how to wire up from the client. But like the thing with progressive enhanced forms or Reason Remix and Svelte Kit and Solid Start and like kind of got all on that. Like all we had to do was just be able to handle like a redirect on the server, like oh, this is coming from a form. That's not a JSON request, do the redirect. That was like the key piece of handling was mirroring the routing on the server and the client to handle both cases. So given that this is already kind of server oriented, I don't think it's actually that far of a stretch to figure out how to make it handle the routing properly.
Cool.
Guys are talking about Rust again. Is there a LiveView Rust? This Parasocial already beat me to it. Everyone keeps on.
I will say I think that concept, right, is a valid one. So I don't know if there's other like sort of like server compliant ports of of LiveView to other languages, beyond LiveViewJS, but like this is a proof of concept that you could do a port of LiveView to Rust. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that's cool. And the thing is, you're actually using the same client library. So the work you had to do is it actually was your expertise in actually Node and like that side rather than on the client's front end JavaScript. Is like, how can I port this Elixir Phoenix stuff over to Node?
Exactly.
So
maybe like real quick, I'll show you the PubSub, and we can also look at the Hackernews one.
Yeah.
So I've got a PubSub. Just, again, single process here, and you'll notice when I call save, if it's successful, then I'm going to where did I do this? Oh, I'm going to broadcast that on this books. This is so PubSub broadcast. It's just broadcasting an event on a PubSub topic. The topic is named books. And I'm going to update or just send this simple event. I could pass whatever else I really wanted to. But what's interesting is so I'll load a new tab here, and we'll open up a new session, and you can see I've already got obviously. Let me bring this over here so we can see them both at the same time. So I've got the same data, which makes sense. It's already in the library or in the database, right? And I'm like loading from the database. But if I hit checkout, you can see both sessions, right, get the same event like right away.
Yeah.
This is kind of one of the interesting parts, I think, also about LiveViews. It makes it really easy to push events across sessions or across users or whatever.
It's just the model.
It's the model.
Yeah.
And so if I add another, book, then it's automatically, added to the other screen as well.
Yeah, no, I've been playing with some WebSocket type examples recently because someone made it was called Convex. I saw it. Yeah, and it's like a database that runs off like streams and reactivity, right? So like when you change one field in a database, they can communicate that API thing to the client all in like one thing, and they're like, this is really cool because database updates push over WebSockets, and you get in the client, then you can re-render your components. But obviously, when I saw that, and I went to speak at an event that was Comment sponsored about Solid, and they saw it, and you could tell like the guy's eyes lit up. He's like, I got to do this with Solid because then the one database change could propagate the one change to the client, which could propagate to the one reactive change that could go to the one node in the DOM with zero diffing. So they were just like, it was like their database field was connected directly to the one node in the DOM, and they were just like hyping about how cool that was. Right. But the thing is, to do that took work. Like you had all these different pieces playing. You had to, right. Communicate that, connect that to the Solid, connect it to this, like, and make the example. LiveView's data model is like, I mean, there's a small diff stage in there, but like it's essentially just, that's just how it works. You just go in and be like, okay, I have some data. As long as someone else is connecting to the same source or whatever, they're going to see the same data. And because it's a WebSocket and it's all wired by default, they're going to see those updates in real time too. It's interesting though. I guess, I guess there's got to be models about not showing those updates and like figuring out how to like do that kind of stuff. Like the classic example on Twitter, you don't want your feed to keep on updating like all the time. You kind of like, there's a certain user affordances to allow them to trigger the feed update and stuff. I imagine there's stuff like, and that's just common socket thing.
That's like how you build your aggregation and your message, like like the events that you're pushing and what you want to show, right? Like if you're like in Twitter, you're right, like. If you sit there, it's not just like pushing things down your feed, right? It's like, oh, you've got 42 messages. To me, that's just an aggregation problem. You're still listening to the same stream. You're just counting the events instead of like pushing the full object upload or updates down. And then when you hit refresh, right, then that event is like fetching all the data and then sending that event down. But yeah, like again, this is like it's super simple from a LiveView perspective. So again, I'm making sure I'm connected to the website.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest takeaway from this sort of thing in this model is that like once you've decided that the server being stateful is okay, then like a whole bunch of stuff just opens up. Like it's just like
it's easy, right? Like you don't. The other thing I'll say is like. LiveViewJS and Phoenix, like you don't have to figure out how to connect to a socket. You don't need to figure out like what your protocol is to like, send events down. You're sort of like from a developer experience standpoint, you're implementing mount, handle event. You have a couple of, these helper, sockets and flags you can like listen to events.
It's funny, the chat's talking a lot about scale, right? And sure. you start thinking about this from that perspective, and I mean the pieces add up because you start going, okay, well, stateful server, that could be expensive. That could be, I guess if you were in your head going, I'm going to pick language framework technology to build the stateful server on that can handle tons of concurrent stuff, without any errors, be able to like handle memory well, be able to just have no problem having the state of thousands of things all at the same time. What language would you choose, or technology you would choose? And
I'd say a year ago, I would have been like, well, you probably want to use Elixir, and like after writing Go for a year, I would say Go.
Okay, so that's sort of the question, right? Like, because Elixir, obviously, what I was getting to, probably at the time would have been the obvious choice. You always hear that stories about like WhatsApp and how they scaled on Erlang and like the core base of that VM and being like how it's built.
Yeah, there's no arguing. I like. There's always people who come up on Twitter and like, yeah, but the VM is the best technology ever. I'm like, I don't disagree. It just so happens that you have to write Elixir or Erlang, right?
Right, but describing this helps me at least understand where that like thinking or why this like alignment exists, because I have to admit like Node probably isn't my first choice, but the funniest for this scenario, but the funniest thing is it's JavaScript. So like this is already like X amount more accessible to everyone. So
That's the thing, right? So if you look at the I don't know, the Stack Overflow like language, usage numbers, right? Like the number of people writing JavaScript, right, is like I forget the numbers, but it's like 60% of like developers, and the number of people writing, Elixir, which is a great language. There's no knock on Elixir, right? Or anything about the Elixir, community. I think people are awesome there, but it's just it's like in the single digit percentages, right? And so part of my goal here with LiveView was like, hey, here's like a really interesting, approach to building reactive applications with a server-based framework in a way that I think is like really easy to like, sort of make sense of. And am I claiming that it's more performant than Beam or Erlang? Or no, of course not. Like I also am just one person who hasn't optimized anything, right? And so I think it'd be interesting to see where we go. And I think the last point is most applications don't have millions of users, right? And so I think like yes, WhatsApp used Erlang and they had I don't know whatever billion users, right? But like most applications and even like getting started, right? Like you're just looking for productivity. Like how do I get this idea from or this concept to my users in the fastest way with the least complexity and whatever other goals you have. So I think like to me, I look at like again, part of my thought process with LiveViewJS is like this is a framework, this is an approach, a paradigm that I think makes a ton of sense. Is it like Twitter scalable? No, right? But like you would have to have a lot of success to be Twitter's, to need to be Twitter scalable, and you're gonna need to affect everything,
Yeah.
So anyway, that's my
yeah. Yeah, just to attack, I'm going to address a few comments in chat. People are asking about WASM and stuff and like improving like Bun and stuff. And yeah, I mean, there's potential here. Someone, as Bun was mentioned earlier, and then now...
I have run this on Bun, by the way, on LiveViewJS. So it does work on Bun. I haven't done it in a while, but it works.
Right. Yeah. And yeah, no, that's cool. It's always cool to see like when you do that first Bun thing. There's a tweet. I don't even know if it's from this week. I probably lost it in the ether somewhere where someone took Solid's start and ran it on Bun, and it was like it could handle 3 times more requests or something. It was like 3 times. It was like significant improvement. That being said, if you talk to people talking about Leptos. I mean, we got to do a bit better than that. Like on the Rust, the Leptos is like solid ported to Rust. They were seeing that they had 30x over React with Leptos on the server, and I was like, okay. And then I was like trying to figure out the math there. I'm like, if solid is close to 10 times React, and Bun is 3 times Node, do we almost get there? And the answer is probably no, because performance doesn't scale linearly. Anyone will tell you this. You just hit the next bottleneck. Right. But like that's the armchair math thinking. The answer is no, but like, can you get there? I don't know. It's funny.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I guess my like my goal, and again, I've only I just learned about Elixir like literally this time last year. I learned about Phoenix, and this is a one-man show, right? Like no one else has committed to this to this library. And so my first goal is just like, how do I get this to be protocol compliant? How do I get this to be as implemented or like as close to Phoenix LiveView as possible?
Yeah. This was mentioned. Someone can definitely start with LiveViewJS, and if they hit scaling issues, potentially move to Phoenix, as Donny did a nice job porting the model abstraction to JavaScript. There you go. Compliments.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
All right. So, okay. You guys ready to look at Hackernews? Everyone want to look at Hackernews? Is it Hackernews time? As you can tell, which demo you grabbed the Astro or the Quick demo? I can tell because the color of...
Yeah.
because the color of the top bar, because I give every framework in my Hackernews examples different colors, and I was like, that's like the dead giveaway which
That's
one you used
hilarious.
as a base.
Yeah, I forget how I came across this. Someone was saying, you did these, you would like re-implement, a Hacker News demo in these different, languages. And I was like, well, that seems like an interesting LiveView. I will say, like, it's not the perfect LiveViewJS demo because of like, there's no forms, there's no like, I didn't show you image uploads. Can I show you image uploads real quick?
Okay, show me
Okay,
image
let me show you image
uploads.
uploads real quick.
We'll have to wait for Hacker News.
Sorry, wrong route. Here we go. Okay, so this is another cool. So Phoenix also has, I think, great support, LiveView has great support for photos. This is like directly out of the box. So you've got, I probably shouldn't do up. Let's see what I've got this time. I've got some cat on there. Here we go. All right. So, I just clicked on a cat, right? It shows me a preview of the image, how much is uploaded. I can like delete it if I want. Right. I can choose multiple cats. And it'll show me previews for all of them. And then I can also drag and drop. So let's do that.
These cats are winning over the chat, by the way.
Cats always win over chats. All right, let's do one more cat here. Let's try another cat. All right. Oh, too large. Okay, so it automatically runs some validation for me. Too many files. Right. So I've got too many cat. Oh, I've got to delete this dog. So anyway, I wanted to show you sort of like out of the box, like this sort of rich file, like image upload preview, and then I'll fill out my cat's photo group name and then hit upload. And this was really fast because it's local, but it also like updates the progress of your uploads automatically. And then
what is this like? What are we showing here on the code side? Is this a specialized component, or is this
code? Photos. Okay. All right. So, all right. So here's the HTML for that.
Right. Gotcha.
There's some subcomponents in here too, but like, basically I've got this live image preview.
Right.
So, sorry, that's actually a subcomponent. Let me show you the full like form and stuff. So first of all, you got this form here, right? It's got like, again, the same validate and save handler. We've got the name, and then these are the image upload part. So,
okay.
You just add this Phoenix drop target attribute.
Yeah.
And there's some setup here which we can talk about, but basically let's talk about it.
So the input elements are wrapped in something too. I saw that earlier, because these are okay.
So first step is like we need to validate or sort of set up the constraints about what we want to allow being uploaded, right? So we can say, all right, we want only allow PNGs, JPEGs, blah blah blah. The number of entries, like number of files that we can upload is 3, and the file size max is in this case 5 megabytes. So you get these like really easy sort of like, all right, configure what you want to allow and like name it to be uploaded, and then when you're actually here we go, like setting up the form itself, you're kind of referencing that thing that you named before. And so you say, okay, here's my drag and drop target. It's the ref to this photo config that I set up. This live file input is just a tag that I created that, it's just the HTML that like sets the right attributes. But you basically, again, just pass in the ref that you configured above, and that gets passed into this render function for you, which I can show. You can reuse the like settings you already defined above, like, oh, I only want to add up to, what's my max entries? Oh, it's 3, and what's my kind of max upload size, right? I just reference those that again I already set up. So like right away you have this like, this is whatever 8 lines or something of like this drag and drop, image upload with constraints already applied to it.
Okay.
And then this is the render the entries. So
map function.
Sort of choose, so I have just another function defined, which gets an entry and then displays, each row of image that you're uploading. So it automatically has the live image preview tag built in. This is as the file is uploaded, again, it went by really fast, but it'll actually pass back the progress real time.
Okay, here's my question.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I got you. I got it. Never mind. The progress is an HTML element in the okay, yeah, that's fine. At first I was looking for a progress component, but that would just be a function call with passing whatever the hell you wanted to.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So I wanted to just show this because I think it's this is a typical thing that you do in applications. Everybody uploads images.
Yeah.
And it's it can be hard to deal with that. And I think, again, one of the benefits of you're already on the server, and Phoenix makes it, there's a bunch of things that are built in, including live image preview, drag and drop, progress updates that you get for free. You don't have to re-implement this or figure out how to implement this. It's built into the framework.
Right. So yeah, because the Phoenix drop target thing, that is a Phoenix directive, something that's built into the framework.
Exactly. That comes with the client-side library itself.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just wanted to show that real quick. I thought that was, I don't know. I love the ease at which you can upload images in with Phoenix Liveview. Okay, so here's Hackernews clone.
Just a second. Give me two seconds. I just need to do one thing. I need to put a banner up. One thing. We are going to do Hackernews, which I'm excited about, and I've drank all my orange juice. So less excited about that.
Yeah, my kids are gonna probably come home in a minute or two and make the dog bark. So I'll mute myself when that happens.
All right. So let's look at Hackernews here.
Cool. Okay, so this is your app. So I'm you correct me or tell me what Yeah.
Side note: this came in creator of Leptos. I was talking about before in the Rust thing.
Yeah.
I've had multiple people ask me whether we have a LiveView equivalent of Rust, but don't know the model. It's been great to learn some more. So yeah, there you go. We might.
Happy to talk more with folks. I'm probably the only one beyond the Phoenix folks who know the actual protocol, what goes back and forth over the wire. So happy to talk to folks about it. In fact, I think that that would be really, really great. I think if there are other language implementations beyond, TypeScript and beyond Elixir, I think that would actually be great for the Phoenix folks as well. Okay. So this is the thing I took Ryan's Hackernews clone from whatever framework, imported it to LiveView. It's it's sort of obvious. There's the Hackernews that's home. There's new stories that get submitted. There's different types of stories. There's shows and asks.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what? Let's look at the code for a minute, and then let me drive on the demo after that. Yeah. So let's talk the code, and then I'll do my usual look analysis through the actual in browser version, because I believe I have your deployed version here. LiveViewJS-hn clone.fly.dev.
Yeah, there. And that one might be an old version. There's also a Stackblitz of this out there.
Yeah.
This repo. Anyway, happy to let you drive.
But yeah, let's look at the code first. So what goes into creating our Hackernews example?
Okay, so first are the routers or the routes, right? So we've got the index LiveView, right, which is just slash. Then we've got this the set of types of stories you can see. Then you've got a story with an ID, an item ID, right? You can see the details.
Yeah.
When you click on a comments, that's the story/ID.
Does this version have my collapsible comments?
It does.
Okay. Oh, right there on yeah, sorry, yeah, they're on that side.
Yeah, I moved them around. I liked them better.
Okay, makes sense. There's less layout shift, sort of. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
And so that's it. I mean, I guess we can look at
Can we just look at one page? Like the stories page is usually the one that we re-implement on stream every time.
Yeah. Let's look at the stories.
We can actually look at it's the stories and the story, but let's start with the stories. So, okay, so
what happened here? Something happened. All right, started. I don't know what happened there. I'm not going to debug right now. Okay. This what you want to look at? This one? Page.
Yeah. Sorry, someone mentions that I mentioned this on stream previously. Dioxys, which is a virtual DOM-ish framework for Rust, actually did make something that's LiveView-esque. It's not the full Phoenix implementation, but that was their kind of motivation, I believe, because they were building a virtual DOM in Rust for this reason, I think. Anyway.
Yeah. Great. So do you want the story tell or the?
Usually I start with the stories because it's just simpler page. Yep. So yeah. Other than the data fetching is always a little bit more because you have to process the path params here. So that's why we start here. Okay.
Yeah. So it's a little bit hard to see. So I've got the shape of my of this all the data that goes into this, right? So it's a list of HN items. I've typed all this stuff, what page number we're on, and the type of story.
Yeah.
And so mount is very simple, right? It's okay, I'm gonna pull.
Right.
Sorry, in here I'm getting the params.
Yeah.
All right, I'm getting the path params, right? From there, I'm going to pull the type out of the path params, and if there's nothing, I'm just going to default
to top,
and then I'm going to set the items on mount. I end up not loading the items here. I actually load them in handle params. So I mentioned this before. This is another lifecycle function.
Right. And this is also where you handle the page parameters in terms of being able to do the pagination.
Yeah. So exactly, because when you change page n, it actually goes through handle params, not through mount. So that's what I need to do that here. So again, I'm just going to get the story type. If it's not there, I'm going to set it to top, which I set up here, right? And then I'm going to query the items. This is where I think in the implementation, this, I think I remember on Twitter chatting with somebody.
Right.
I re-implemented this to go directly to the Firebase database.
Right. Yeah, I'd cut that piece out because it was absolutely stupid to do it client side. In the SSR frameworks, like SolidStart and SvelteKit and Next or whatever, it was fine. But the problem was I started this from a place of doing pure client side single page apps, comparing it to SSR, comparing it to all of them, and the Firebase API to get the data on one of these pages is dozens of requests. It was just really dumb. From you'd never write that on a client side. You'd put that behind an API. So yeah.
And in my case, I'm already on the server, right? So I actually wanted to take advantage of. So if we look at this, one of the things I wanted to take advantage of was the subscriptions to, where is it? So here it is. So actually, we'll see this in a minute, but actually you can subscribe to updates to items in Firebase, and then it'll just flow them through this on value.
Gotcha.
And so then basically what I end up doing, and you might have seen some of the numbers here, some of the comment parts be highlighted. So basically when one of these number counts or comment counts changes, I just actually send an event to the client, and it highlights that whatever count, score or count or comment count automatically. That's why I ended up like implementing it. Part of where I wanted, because I wanted to show like, hey, you can also just like broadcast updates really easily. So anyway, I get all the items for that page in story type. I subscribe to them here,
Right.
and set that on the socket. And then this is the render, right? So I've got like the navigation component, right? That just loads that. And then this part is, I guess it's this part too.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, yeah. Because the nav could have gone in the HTML wrapper for this app, probably, but okay.
You're probably right. And I like, part of this is like, I was implementing this as I was like learning the structure of the, the app itself. So yeah.
Makes sense. This, and then items, and then items. Okay. Yeah, this one makes sense to me. And the interesting, cool part was you mentioned you did the subscriptions. So this lets it update live. But otherwise, structurally, very similar kind of setup. The data loading is the interesting part for this one. How about, I guess
look at all these, like, these are kind of like, just render components, right? That like, just like make it easier to render, some of these things. These patch or redirect end up being live, like we were talking about, like not re-rendering.
Right, nice. So this is all doing all the, that's what I noticed earlier, that this was doing all the client style hybrid routing, I like to call it, where it's client triggered and kind of managed, but the new content's rendered on the server.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. That's cool. Can we look at the comments page, because I want to see how we do the compression of the comments specifically.
Oh, like the
story. The story /ID page, whatever that one is.
Yeah. This is that page. Let's close this again. And I think it's actually in a like sub component, but we'll go through this. So on mount, we're like, getting the ID of the item, right? So if we look at, so if we click on comments, this is the ID coming in on that route. So we get some params, and then we're changing the title. It's hard to see here, but we've got analog chess as the title here. We're updating the title based on the title, and then subscribing to updates. So these will actually also, like, the store and the comments will change, will be highlighted if they change.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. See it?
Yeah. So the points just went up.
Yeah. So, and then that's what the handle info does. It's like getting subscription calls back, and then it's just updating. It's like getting the item again. So the subscription just gives you the ID. Yeah. And so it needs to look it back up and then update the socket, the context with the new item.
Very nice. Okay.
And that's kind of it. I think, like, based on the type, there's different. I have like different. Item.
There are slight differences on how they're handled.
Right.
And in this case, you just made a different component for each instead of.
So this is the item component, right? Which is like rendering.
This makes a lot of sense to me from that perspective. One of the things that I did with a lot of my implementations, because I kind of copied them from my original, I ported Vue to Solid, and then the other ones from Solid back to React, and that is that Solid, you want to reuse the DOM elements as much as possible. So everything is like we push the decision points as low down as possible, because then we do the least amount of work. But that would be a bit of a difference there. And then the comments on the map, and then the toggle state stuff where
so the toggle state stuff is in comment. And it's pretty straightforward, right? So we basically, this is sort of like, I guess, this whole piece of the comment part.
Oh.
So we've got.
So there's nice. So there's.
Phoenix click parts, right? And we're just using these JS commands to, like, open and hide different, kind of.
Right. But the thing is, like, I was when you showed the command before, I was like thinking in my head, I'm picturing you putting like some kind of string, and then I'm like, how are you encoding it? But you have a cursor based API here where you can actually describe a series or a sequence of actions. By chaining them.
Correct. It's chainable, and Fluent API, whatever you want to call it.
So, and then because it runs on the server, whatever this outputs just gets serialized into the to probably some kind of identifier. Or no, actually the code needs to be generated. So because it's client side, so this gets serialized into some kind of set of instructions that the client side thing is able to like read and then go like, okay, when this happens, run the code that relates to this set of instructions.
Exactly. So this is it. So I'm not. You can set like optionally set like transition classes on some of these commands. So you can see like a bunch of transition empty arrays. But yeah, basically this, remove class ends up compiling like here, like on the server, I turn into the client protocol that they understand, that the Phoenix client understands. But basically like on remove click or on click, remove this class on this element, right? Over 200 milliseconds. And then like hide this block, right? This other element over here. Like if you had transition, it would actually like do some cool stuff, but I didn't have that.
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me. And what's cool about this, as I said, there is very little consideration in how this just works, and then you just got to be like, okay, I want this to like there's consideration. You're like, this is going to be on the client. I'm going to do a command, but structurally, you've created your one chunk of markup, and now instead of calling an event handler, you kind of do this JS command. So while there is like two zones, they don't overlap, which is key.
You could actually send, like theoretically, you could actually send an event. What is it? I think it's push. I want to say to so the event to push up to the server. So you could actually send like, I don't know, comments, collect or whatever you want, right?
Right.
So what's interesting is you can like, now I've got like, where to go? Okay, this,
right. Okay. Yeah. Which is cool because,
and maybe this is like what happens here. So this is actually a comment closed, right? So I could actually like, if I wanted to, do something, even though I've like manipulated the client side DOM, I could also send a server event here that would, could kick off some other thing that then could also apply changes.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's close the loop. So yeah, what I meant though is like the JS part in this, it lives within this binding, and then that's about it. Like it's correct. Like you don't have to worry about zones. This is something that I think about a lot when I'm thinking about complexity of solutions. I actually think this is the way you showed the way they communicate the server is actually really quite nice, because one of the challenges is, and this one will not be obvious to people too much, is like I hit this with solid start a little bit because I was looking at copying Remix's loader patterns, and the challenge there was the loaders always run on the server. That's like the pattern, but reactivity is a client side, and in validation, like if you want to choose whether or not to make the request in the first place, the client had to make that decision with the way we're set up, and the API just didn't really allow for it. And the options were to make a dedicated API now to like do this, like should it do this and make like it more complicated, or trying to find some other way so that you could indicate, like, hey, this is server, like within the same chain, this should be on the server, and this is the client part. And what I'm getting at here is like it involves kind of closing the loop, going like, okay, client handles this much, now back to server. And that's what we're seeing here, actually very kind of similar, because you have access to this thing at any point, can then send events back to the server. So yeah, no, that's a really nice.
Somebody said in the comment, like Michael, I don't know, something about hooks, right? And so this is like a confusing like cross language kind of name, but there are things in Phoenix called hooks, and Phoenix hooks actually they live, and I actually have one implemented in this, they live in the client code. And so this is actually how I'm highlighting the change. And like, they're nothing like, forget anything about React hooks or any other, like they're called hooks, but that's where that's where the name
This is funny. This actually reminds me of Marco widgets. I've looked at a lot of frameworks.
Mhm.
Marco, before they went to the component model, they were server first, based on streaming. It's what powers eBay. Except you'd have client widgets like that were they were classes with a couple of lifecycle functions that but generally you wouldn't be writing like declarative code in that part. You'd be writing like this, where it's like almost jQuery-esque, where you have like
Yeah, this is my highlight,
yeah.
implementation, right? So I'm just like changing the background from yellow to transparent over 2 seconds. And this is like, and so the way hooks work, and there's, like I support hooks, and you can push events to hooks and vice versa, is that you basically annotate your element. So where are we in comment? Where am I? Oh, it's not in comment, it's an item, I think. So here it is right here. So the score, right? When it's updated, the way it gets updated is I just annotate it with this hook name.
How does the hook know to run? Sorry, that's the piece, right? Yeah. Like before update of what? Update of element, update of.
Yeah. So the way this part of it works is like when the DOM is being applied, or when the change is being applied to the element, there's various other lifecycle methods, but in this case, it's like, okay, I know Phoenix knows, or this Phoenix frontend knows that this element is going to change. So I want to run something before that change happens, and I want to run something when that change happens.
Okay, so it's element granularity, and so like, yeah, if the attributes on the element change, correct, then that is there anything to listen to children or similar kind of?
I haven't explored this API, I would say, significantly, partly because like I think it's a weird. I think you were saying before, like you end up having to context switch from like
pretty hard, yeah.
About like everything in server land to like, wait, I need to think about something in client land now and how those interact.
Right, so, and declarative to very, very imperative like style.
Yes. So I would say I'm like, I've like played around with enough to be dangerous, and like I've implemented a handful of hooks. Like I've got a to-do MVC implementation of LiveViewJS, and like one of the things in to-do MVC is like you double click on a to-do to like edit it.
Yeah.
Double click isn't supported as a Phoenix like annotation or like event, out of the box. So I implemented a double click hook. Okay. So that I can I can make it work based on the to-do MVC edit kind of requirements.
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me. Okay, no, that's definitely cool. I'm thinking there's a ton else I want to see from the example. Can I play around with the example?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna swap this up. Sorry. So this is our Hackernews demo, right? I guess the first thing I always do every time.
And I'll just say this is like an old. I haven't redeployed this probably since, I don't know, like the first time I was playing with it. So it's probably, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I got right now. The reason on the other thing is the stack blitz like adds stuff when you're in the preview window. Like I'd rather like if possible have a clean preview, and that means that I need to not be here. I need to be in an incognito window. Just so I can see it. So there we go. Okay, and what am I looking here? Is that that's the progress bar here? Is that the browsers? I'm not used to it being that color. Anyways, it's sticking out to me.
It's in the client code. It's actually I think it's in progress or one of the other ones. But part of that it shows you when the socket is fully loaded. So it's sort of like a user element to like, I don't know, show you in the pages.
One thing that I'm going to tell everyone right now, just in case they're interested, I'm not going to run page speed insights. I've been having a terrible time, especially on stream, of getting consistent results and stuff not timing out with me. Something's happened in the last year since I used to like do this all the time. Even since the summer, even in the summer, you could run it a few times and get consistent stores. I never seem to be able to do it on stream anymore. I did run this on page speed just out of curiosity, and I ran what we call the death page, the one with like thousands of items in it, and I did the whole thing. And yeah, the performance here was good. It was the same as Marco, Quick, all the fast partial hydrated, like super advanced ones, absolutely decimating all the single page app frameworks. And the remixes, the Svelte kits, solid start, normal mode, they were all getting their typical 40s to 50s. On the death page, this LiveView example was in the 80s, up with Astro, Marco, Quick, Solid Start Islands, like all the partial hydrated things, which, as I said, I use this mostly for categorization. It's not a good test to differentiate between like things that do well already. Like someone once came to me and they're like, look, I found a story that had even more, because I think that one has like 1,400 comments. Someone found a story that had like 10,000 comments, and I was just like, okay, like we've kind of found it. But yes, but the interesting thing I want to point out to you, knowing that, is just a good indication on like how little or what not the bundle size matters on that side. This one's a 43 kilobytes, gzipped, I believe. Yeah, what do we got here? Get gzipped, yeah. Gzipped and minified, hopefully. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that looks good. So just kind of like on the ballpark, the size of the code in this range didn't actually matter that much. Just pointing out to anyone, because coincidentally, React is 43 kilobytes. Just out of thing. Next is bigger. Next is like 70 kilobytes. It's only at a certain range that you start noticing that hit. I often say the thing at 20 kilobytes, you're never going to notice a difference. I don't know if 40, you might notice a little difference, but minor. It's after that range that the bundle size stuff is going to matter. As I said, I'm not going to run that again, but once you have this bundle here, you have everything you need. And yeah, we got the live pagination working. I'm kind of curious just on. I do want to profile this for a minute, because I want to look at the JavaScript execution and like how that runs, just so that I can like see what happens when I refresh this page, and understand what's like where the work is going. Just like what's a typical page load scenario look like this. And I'm gonna run it one more time, because I always run it twice, so that that's just what I do. Okay, so pretty quick response here. We're getting our first paint around 2:31. I imagine this is full server rendered. There's basically no overhead in terms of that part of it. I guess I can't see it. The responses are wait for response, right? Like we're not doing streaming, if I'm correct. Let me look at the network. Let's kind of look at the document. What gets shipped in that initial response? We have this, some page setup stuff, header, bunch of main story, bunch of comments, nothing special here yet. This looks like, I can probably look at the response timing to tell me this as well. But yeah, it's all
static.
Yeah, right. So the reason I was asking is, it's sometimes hard to tell, especially in local networks, but you notice how this started fetching before the HTML finished processing? Sometimes that's a good indicator of streaming, sometimes it's not. That's why I was kind of asking the question in terms of timing, because like with streaming, the browser starts getting the information and before the data gets fetched.
It could be it could be a fly. That could be a fly thing, potentially. Right. I don't know how they're actually.
Yeah, looking at the response, I at minimum, I'm not seeing anything that suggests like out of order streaming. Yeah. This if it was streamed, it would be in order, which I don't think makes much sense given the way the views are declaratively expressed via tag template literal. So I think this is not a streaming consideration, which means the performance response here is pretty good. Streaming sometimes can edge that up a bit. So here we have a bit of a event page hide. Interesting. I wonder if it does something for CSS purposes. I wonder what that is. Okay, let's keep on going. load our JavaScript and our CSS. Then we have our paint events, layout, task. And then this is probably, I don't know what triggers this. I guess that might be interesting to see, but this is our, because we're all painted at this point. This is like our hydration, so to speak, which isn't a bad period. It's only, you guys seeing this? It's 5 milliseconds. This is very similar locally to what I see when I do frameworks like Quick. And then, yeah, execute. So we got a bunch of little chunks here. Anonymous connect. So this is all probably the WebSocket setup communication piece initially, and then I had one more one at the end here. Not sure what that is. Was it compiled code? Yeah, they never tell you anything interesting because they're just, it's compiled code, and then this anonymous show loader. So this is probably that progress bar that we were seeing across the top, actually. Okay, and then out here is where there's a heartbeat, right?
Yep.
So at some point after, maybe starting about half a second later, we just gonna get into this regular heartbeat, so to speak.
Oh, you mean on the client side? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Show append child progress. Interesting. One of them has a linear. Interesting. The rest of them
might be the progress bar.
Yeah. Interesting. And then, yeah, each of these is just, most of them are very small. They're just kind of little, like, progress. Oh, maybe this whole thing is the progress bar.
Exactly. That's what I think it is. It's like,
oh, interesting.
As it's connecting to the socket. So that runs basically as when the page loads, then when the connection is happening to the socket.
You're right, because it just finishes after that point. Because if there was a heartbeat, it wouldn't be that frequent. Probably.
The heartbeat happens every 30 seconds. Like
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this is basically the end of our load here. So this progress bar we can kind of ignore. It was just for like, not, this is just a visual thing, right? Like okay. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, this just gives me a helpful idea of like what actually happens, including the timing. I feel like this is when most of the work happens after the initial JavaScript load. This 5 seconds, as I like to call it, is kind of like the hydration time, right? Because you can take something kind of like, what is it? Quick City Hackernews demo. Let's do that. Take the same story, just so we can kind of see what. You can see the streaming there. See, but just kind of get an idea here of the load profile here. All right, yeah. One of the cool thing, yeah. So actually, where's the JavaScript finish loading event? So you can see the difference. Yeah, see, you can see the difference of streaming here, like where this kind of comes in.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
It's like much better. Yeah.
But interestingly enough, the page load actually took. This one. Do you know what the problem is? We can't even compare these. Between the time that we loaded the page, it's gone from 27 comments to 123 comments.
Whoa.
So this story is apparently hot. So that's not that's.
Okay, so that might be like. Remember how there was like, this is where. Let me load that on my page.
Oh yeah. This is some kind of
disconnected my account number and like your like. There you go.
Yeah. Okay, so then maybe that's. But that explains a longer page render time. But I wasn't actually that focused on that. I just wanted to show that the quick script hydration time is in this little block here, wherever it is. I think it's around here. I think it's this block in here. Compile the code. It's over a very short period of time. Okay. Anyways, not a big deal. It's just kind of a lot of kind of similar ones. Let's see. Do I have any other good ones? Start HN Islands. What is it?
Yeah, just to confirm, like my local, again, I think I hadn't deployed that one in a while, but my local version loads 126 comments. So I think it
was probably.
I switched how the comment counting happened.
Oh, right. This one actually has probably more than that many comments. It was the comment counting on that thing, and that was what caused the confusion in the conversation on Twitter, because everyone's like, you're not showing all the comments.
Exactly. And I was like, no, I am. Like, it's just not counting it correctly.
Yeah. No, I remember. Yeah. Okay, that's right. Okay. Yeah. You can see this is Solid Islands demo here, where I wanted to show this, where we split it looks like there's so many comments that we split the hydration in two pieces, but it's 1.5 plus 1.7, so about 3 milliseconds. Like, my point is, it has the same sort of characteristics of these really fast loading time approaches like Quick or Solid Start islands, and like there isn't really a hydration cost. It's very small in this kind of demo, versus like if you took do I have any of these off Remix Hackernews? No, it's been a while since I've ran any of these. What's another good one? Next Hackernews, let's grab Next.js. Let's do this and just kind of look at the difference in the hydration profile here. Right. 11 milliseconds, 16 milliseconds. I mean, how long is this? It's basically this bar. I don't think this has anything to do with it, but it's basically this bar. So hydration happens over 11, 16, 17, something like the right number here should be about 40 milliseconds, just to 40 to 50 milliseconds. Let me see here. Yeah, you gave me the later Stack Blitz one. I just the only reason I was like cautious with this, and I guess we can see if I spin this into its own window, open in a new tab, how much Stack Blitzisms are gonna sneak into here. Mostly I'm concerned.
Agreed. I think it's better testing directly through that link. I was just wanting to share that.
Yeah, let me see. Because will this work for me incognito too? I can't do it directly. I have to actually. I think this is the first hint that this won't work, because you literally have to have, like, I can't just take this link and have it work. I need to literally have the same thing. Yeah. Okay. I won't worry about that. I think this serves the purpose of showing the hydration kind of mechanical cost thing. And the thing that, as I said, that I thought was really cool about this, that was my kind of something's going on moment, was because I was sitting here right in sources and I was like, okay, so what? I would load the page. This thing uses WebSockets now, and they disable, or not disable JavaScript. It's the other one. I did a network, and I was like, offline, right? And I was like, let's see how you do now, LiveViewJS. I took away your WebSockets. Are you still going to be able to close these comments?
Yeah.
and obviously we saw that worked, but it definitely was one of the things that that I was like, okay, I want to pay attention here.
I'm glad JS commands tricked you into talking to me then.
Is it interesting? But do you think you can interact with the page at all until the WebSockets connect? Well, I mean, we won't be able to run it fast enough. But hold Shift to scroll vertically. Oh, thank you. That's a good point.
Yeah, I think that is a thing about LiveViews, right? Is like, I mean, if you wanted to fill out a form and the socket hasn't loaded yet, which, if your socket hasn't loaded, there's some kind of connectivity issue that you're that is happening. You're not going to be able to do it, right? Like, that is true. That said, like it loads, if you have a connection, it'll load relatively quickly. Also, partly because it's really fast to connect to a WebSocket, right? And the payload that you're connecting with is super small.
See, what's happening is it noticed that it was disconnected and it's running the var here. And then let's go back to the network tab and give it some internet back.
Yes.
I believe it was just fine after that point. But anyway, or actually no. Oh no, that one always does a page refresh. I clicked the wrong one. It doesn't matter. It basically, because of the polling and all that, like it self heals, like if your internet drops out for a second or whatever. So it's like not a problem. Yeah. It is interesting. I don't know the timing of WebSocket connections. From what you described though earlier, it sounds like it sounds like most of the interactivity part happens at the join. Like that's when the quote hydration happens, which from our timeline we looked at it a minute ago, seems like it's relatively quick to happen. Like my understanding is it's right here. Like generally speaking, the time for it to do that was about and whatever hydration stuff it was probably pretty quick. Like I have to imagine at most it's this. I mean, I'm not local. Yeah, how fast is that connection? Is it this progress bar thing? Is that when it's happening?
That's like a good way to think about it, because that progress bar basically hooks into events on the client JavaScript.
Interesting.
Around loading, making that connection.
Yeah. Do you know what's tricky about this means? I mean, and someone probably would point this out, is it means that you guys kind of this kind of cheats Lighthouse. Just to put it out there, like if there was actual work to be done, Lighthouse stops measuring when at the point where you're like fire up that socket, and then Lighthouse is like, okay, your page is loaded.
That may be true. I mean, I think it comes down to user experience, right?
Right. That is more important. It's helpful for me from the measurement standpoint to understand what I'm looking at. That is interesting. Yeah.
You could look at in the WebSocket network tab. If you look at the actual messages coming back and forth, you can actually see when the socket is sent, how long it takes to respond.
Right. Which one? If I go, is it all?
Click on the WebSocket one there. Right up. Yeah, there you go. And then messages. So you can see all the messages, and then if you move that over, you can kind of see the length and the time. So
interesting.
It was sent up at 29.661, and the response came back in, what is that, 60 milliseconds, 65 milliseconds?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So when did the initial page come in?
Yeah.
Response header is 22, 44, 29. WebSocket is it?
And while you're looking at that, just to answer Jetpack Joe's question, do you lose state if you go offline? The WebSocket reconnects. If not, how long does the state keep up? So it depends on how you're keeping the state, right? Theoretically, you are, state is changing. You're putting it into a database somewhere, right? And when the client reconnects, you're setting back down, a new. Depends on how long the disconnection happens. If they're disconnected for, let's say a minute, right? Then it's going to rejoin in a different session. And if you reconnect with it for the time, then it'll just reconnect to the same socket. Go ahead. Yeah.
I did it.
I think.
Did you just see what I did?
No.
Let's try this again. I put you on a slow 3G network.
Oh, there you go.
And you can actually see it all happening in slow-mo here. No, this is actually great. This is the best, honestly. This. Well, it really helps understand what's going on. I mean, this is. There's some smart stuff happening here. Know why? Because even I interacted with it before it was ready, and it still managed to do the navigation. I'm going to speed it up a bit so that we can actually, I don't know why this is, like, I think it's getting, well, not even fast 3D. I think this is getting tripped up right now. Let's go here. Okay, cool. Then I'm going to go slow 3G. I'm going to do the initial page load, okay? And then I'm going to paginate to more, okay? Watch this. Slow 3G. At this point, it hasn't loaded yet. It's loaded, but okay. See, there's like we see multiple stages. Initial load, it's the browser hasn't responded. This, I don't know what is that WebSocket connecting? And then there's a third stage when the progress bar runs. But you saw if I pressed it while the progress bar was running, it updated to the next page. If I reload, here obviously can't interact with it. Here, if I press it, it's too early. But here, it actually, I pressed it again, so that's not fair, because now it'll go. Okay, sorry. Let's do this one more time. This is our little fun experiment here. Okay, so let's try it. So reload. All right, reload. Now I'm going to try and press it in this middle stage. Okay. Nothing happens. Okay, so the point at which it actually when the progress bar shows up, it's actually interactive at that point. I don't know what the progress bar is doing exactly, but from that point on, we're collecting the events. So the interesting thing is I've never seen this double spinner. Let me grab something else. Let's put this one also in not CPU. Sorry, no bad. Network. Let's put this one also in slow 3G mode, right? So we refresh the page. Okay, so it does do the. Okay, gotcha. My bad. What we're just seeing here, I think, is that the fave icon is beating the page response in. So we're seeing the spinner, fave icon comes in, still spinning. Yeah, let me try this again. No. Oh, it's so hard when you're on the same page. Do you know what? Can I? I don't know if it's okay. I guess we can do the same test. Second spinner, press more. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. So yeah, I don't think we're looking at the new page while the second spinner is going. It's only after. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that all makes sense to me. What I'm saying, what I'm getting at is, at the start of the progress bar, the page is interactive. That's the key metric here to understand. All the spinner stuff we're seeing before here is still loading. It's just, for some reason, what Chrome does is once it's loaded the favorite icon and the page hasn't loaded, it reverses the direction of the spinner. It might be hard to see on stream, but it actually, it's going backwards, and then when the fave icon goes, it switches to forwards. That's what was throwing me off, thinking, I'm just talking about the thing in the, up here. See? So that's irrelevant. I was getting psyched out by it, because the X stays here, and then progress goes. Okay, so yeah, this doesn't appear. It appears that even when the WebSocket request is pending, that LiveView is collecting the DOM events and replays them. Does that make you see what I'm saying? So technically speaking, when I'm on solid start here or whatever framework, when the spinner is done loading and I click the more, sorry, I clicked it too fast. When the spinner is done loading and I click the more, it fires. It takes a while to get to that next page. That's the other thing. You see there's a delay because of the slow network to get to the next page and do the page request. So it's possible that it is fully interactive at that point. And what we're just seeing is that, like, it takes a while to do that next page. Like here, right? I mean, it is naturally going to take a while to do that next page. So in either case, I guess we can't be conclusively know while it collects events during WebSockets, but my point is it looks like you can interact with the page basically as fast as you can in a different architecture. because it takes a moment to load the page anyways, right? So I just don't have any progress indicator there, which is why, but yeah. So yeah, the sign of seeing that bar along the top tells us that the page is either interactive or it'll replay and be interactive. Okay. Yeah. I'm sure like anchor tags and stuff will work because like that's, yeah, I mean, sure. We're here testing stuff. Let's do it. Sorry, wrong command. Let's go back to full speed. Let's go here and go disable JavaScript. This site is a good example of where you can disable JavaScript because it's literally just like other than the comments compressing, it's just a typical thing. And yeah, I mean, anchor tags still work. If you don't intercept them with JavaScript, they still work. And pagination still works. Like, I mean, this is SSR standards. The only thing is that this will not work. But yeah, so yeah, this is just HTML. Phoenix would have to mess up pretty bad to somehow mess this up. So I suspected that this would work. But okay, there we go. JavaScript disabled. All right. Enable JavaScript. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I'm not going to run this through page in speed source. This gives us an idea of the initial loading sort of qualities. Yeah. When you don't have the JavaScript, all you can do is the full page reload. But yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the progress bars indicate that the JS listener for events is ready. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah. Sorry. Let's just do this one more time just to double check. I wasn't looking at it closely, but in this scenario, when we clicked when we're in the middle of our thing and we load progress bar visible, and we click. Oh, did the wrong click, I think. Oh, interesting. Okay. Actually, I missed this the first time. Sorry, there is something that I missed. It actually isn't interactive at that point. Check this out. Okay. I think I figured it out. Check it out. I was using an anchor click, which is dangerous. I'm going to wait for this to fully load just to prove my point. Okay, now it's fully loaded. If I click more, you're going to see we've already been to this page, so that was a pretty quick response for that one. But if you watch when I navigate, it's a bar and there's no circle here. If I refresh, X, go, and click while the bar is going, it's actually a full page MPA load, which means that it's actually the underlying anchor tag that's navigating the page, not the JavaScript that's handling it. So it is at the end of the progress bar, I believe, because the events aren't getting handled at that point. So it's not the start; it is at the end, which is a good point. Okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, so I thanks for getting me there. I was a bit slow. Yeah. So okay. Yeah. Okay. So that all checks out and makes sense to me. I was thinking they were replaying events, but what's happening is we were just seeing the progressive enhancement of the browser take over, which means it's your typical thing. What's really cool here is your demo actually has a loading indicator for hydration, which is something that you don't actually often find in examples, because a lot of frameworks don't have a way to show the cost of themselves loading, which is kind of funny. Yeah. Anyway.
Is it? Yeah. I guess, is it hydration, or is it because it's really just
it's
connect to the socket, right? Like that.
Yeah. It depends on what you call hydration, though, because what I'm getting at is, well, I mean, we can do a similar thing here where we try and click on a comment and compress it before, because the anchor tags made it really obvious that like the browser was taking over. Where here, this won't work properly until the right time. So this is a better look because this goes here, loading progress. Ooh, what did we see there? So, do you guys? It was able to. Oh, right. Of course, right. That's. Think about it. Client commands will work immediately because they don't require, like, the JavaScript has already loaded by that point. So I see what you're getting at. Yeah. So okay, gotcha. Okay, you're right. Yeah, at the start of the progress bar, the JavaScript does do that event hook handle in. It does get delegated. It just can't, because it has to talk to the server. There's no possible way for it to be able to finish processing the server stuff. It's interesting that the anchor tags end up falling back to the. It's almost like they know they're not handled, and then they fall back to the native browser behavior until the server's ready. But the thing that could be handled in this case was able to run immediately. Huh.
Yeah, if you look at the anchor tag, they have their own tags. They have the additional attributes, I should say, that are Phoenix specific.
Right.
And then they have the href, that's traditional anchor tag. So if the client is loaded, and it'll intercept those events, or if there's JavaScript, it'll intercept those events. If not, it'll just
right. So yeah, it's smart enough, and so it probably attaches the click event as soon as it can. Right. It just knows when it can handle it. Yeah, no, that's. And it makes sense that it would work that way because you have to handle the case where the JavaScript doesn't load or not doesn't load. You have to handle the case when the site you have to handle this case when you lose. No, that doesn't make sense. Actually, I'm not sure. I was trying to justify this, but the thing is, if the page goes offline, then the anchor's not going to work properly anyways. So there's actually, it's an interesting choice. Like if you click it, whether you. Yeah, I guess the mentality is it's better that the click is handled in an expected way rather than to like wait for the socket that may or like may not, like whenever it will be present or not. Like they're just like, okay, look, it hasn't loaded yet. We'll just handle it. We'll let the browser handle it.
Yeah, well, and I think Parasocial is making a point about like it's not about the socket necessarily. It's about it's JavaScript, right? Like if the JavaScript's off, and you can still click an anchor and load the page, it'll still try to do that.
Yeah.
Jetpack.js about long polling. It's not doesn't implement long polling. It's just a WebSocket, like straight up WebSocket connection.
Okay. I guess this was from a Phoenix features thing. Okay. So LiveView, I guess someone is asking if LiveView can fall back to long polling. It sounds like LiveView can.
LiveViewJS doesn't.
Okay. All right. I think we.
Joe, I welcome any PRs, by the way.
I think I've got a grasp of this. Yeah. Sorry for being a little obtuse, kind of going through trying to understand it, but I think the timing and stuff. This is a very different model, so understanding the impact of the socket is definitely something that is important. It does feel like that socket impact is significant enough that for like people trying to serve international e-commerce sites, that might not be like the best choice. But I don't think it matters, and it probably won't matter as much in other cases. But yeah.
You mean because of bandwidth?
Like, yeah. Like, well, my slow 3G here, and the interactivity time. Yeah, it's. Yeah. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter in that case, because I'm trying to pull out what the scenario would be. Would it actually make that much of a difference? We'd have to measure it and see, if how much the initial connectivity thing. I worked at eBay, which is my thing here, and so it was the hunt to the bottom because every millisecond of page load or hydration time was money in the pocket. That was sort of the thing. I don't think that's why you use this. I was just trying to like, that's like basically the big thing there. But yeah, okay, that's cool. I think I got a good grasp here. I think it's time to ask Donnie any questions while we still have him, because we've already had him now for 3 hours. We probably have to let him go pretty quick here. But I think it's a good time. Shoot over some questions. Anything you haven't had a chance to ask yet.
Yeah, agreed. Thanks, Ryan, for inviting me. Yeah, for sure. I'm super psyched to be here, and it's fun to show this off. And welcome any other questions like on Twitter or
Yeah, you're at Flood FX on Twitter, right? Yeah.
Also, feel free to look at the code, send PRs, rate open issues, any of that stuff. Great.
Any pushback from LiveView folks about the name LiveViewJS, or are they all cool about it?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't heard from any of the like Phoenix folks. There's some other folks who have asked me about it, but I don't think so. I mean, LiveView is, I guess I think about it, LiveView as like a paradigm, right? Not a trade. It's definitely not a trademark name. So I think it's helpful to have it in the name personally. So.
Yes. Also, thank you, Parasocial. That's how this whole thing actually happened in the first place. Been hounding me to look at LiveView in any form, LiveView.js, and I was like, yeah, but I'm not interested in stateful servers, not really. And then I was like, at a certain point I was like, no, I've covered a lot of different frameworks. There are cases for stateful servers, definitely. So we should take a look at this and see what it's about and see what advantages or what it unlocks. And I think we've definitely seen that today, because like when we write these isomorphic libraries that kind of work on both sides, or write like the server code, like we already see like bits of this benefit, like the way that you can like remix redirect actually you write it on the server and it actually handles a client router redirect, like those kind of patterns. This whole model is like that. Like the whole thing has that same ability to talk about the client and the server with the same kind of like the same single code path. But yeah, could someone, people, Chris McCord, that's the guy behind Phoenix, right?
Yep.
I can understand why we might not get Chris McCord here, but definitely thanks for trying. Oh, that's cool. Let me just another drink of water, and
Yeah, I thought about building the LiveViews app. I think it'd be an interesting thing.
Is this like the demo that they show off? For...
Yeah, it's a demo where I think it's sort of like you upload your MP3s and you can like share, co-listen to people, or actually like play. It's like you can play whatever music for other people and that kind of thing.
Interesting.
It's supposed to be like one of the, I think, demo apps for Phoenix Liveview.
Makes sense because it kind of leverages that ability to have all the sessions all tied together and
all that stuff. Yeah,
I mean, because that's what you need to a degree. Like that's what you need if you're going to have that kind of application. You do need a stateful server. That makes a ton of sense. It has a pub sub demo and a single page app router. Cool. Yeah, I'm not gonna, like, the link that keeps on getting shared here has sign in, which means like I'm not doing this right now, but maybe someone else will. So just put that out there. Yeah, I don't know. I think the cool thing was we got to look at a lot of the code and get a really good understanding work there. I think it was a lot for a lot of the people who come from where my my leg of the wood, so to speak, where it's like this is a very different model to kind of wrap your head around. So I'm going to give them the time to think about that. And anything else you want to shout out, Donnie, before we let you go?
I just want to say thanks again. It's great to be on here. Would love to come back and show up in other updates. Would love to hear from the community. I think you have an awesome set of folks that you are talking to all the time, and would love to hear more. And if anyone is using it and want some help or have some questions or anything like that, would love to help. Thanks Parasocial for setting us up. And thanks for everyone for hanging out with us for the last 3 hours and looking at some code. I really appreciate it.
Awesome to have you here. I've learned a ton. It's really been bending my brain. So until next time, we'll see you. All right. That was pretty awesome, eh? I had a lot of fun with that. I think it's always like that where you have kind of like an idea of something, you've got like a certain rough image in your head of what that looks like. And then you're kind of like, well, there's details that I'm missing. And don't get me wrong, I am still missing details about the diffing. And someone shared it earlier in chat, Phoenix Liveview engine. Sorry, another someone, right? I just like saying someone. And I was looking here, and there's some code that I don't understand, but I'm gathering it starts here. This description of how it works. It's like whenever you render live template, it returns a Phoenix Live render structure, blah, blah, blah. Static, dynamic, and fingerprint. The static field is a list of string literals. This allows Elixir compiler to optimize this list and avoid allocating its strings on every render. Okay. Dynamic fields containing blah, blah, blah. Okay. When you render a live view template, you convert the rendered structure to... That makes sense. I kind of want to know what happens on the client. This feels like it was written to kind of tell people more about what happens on the server. Is the truck? Okay, no, maybe I got this wrong. Returns. They're shared across all the points to... I guess the cool thing here is he didn't actually have to worry about this. As long as he produced output in the right format, the existing LiveView client already could handle it. Sorry, I guess I should share my screen if I'm like looking over this stuff. You guys are like, what are you looking at, Ryan? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I mean, you're not going to read this really well anyways. It's like gray on black. I might have to just dig into this more in more detail in the future. The fact that it used morph DOM gives me some amount of hints here, but I'm not seeing here at least what I was looking for seeing. Yeah, it's interesting. It does talk about some optimizations. Anyways, okay, let's keep on rolling. Oh, LiveViewJS assets. Okay, yeah, let me dig in. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna... let me see here. I don't know if I want to actually spend a bunch of time looking at the source code right now, considering I don't know what I'm looking for. We can take a moment here. What do you got here? DOM patch. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. Let's see. There's no imports, constants, utils. So this is abstracted, even if this was... just seeing if... clone node... template cloning, this makes sense to me. That's how they would be doing, like solid and like lit. They're using the string templates, which makes a ton of sense. But this is still not DOM patch, probably. Morph DOM. Okay, yeah. So this is straight up morph DOM. call here. So my guess is they do localized morph DOM diffs, essentially. Yeah, sorry, I got there. And actually, because let me change this because probably I'm in the way. Constructor, LiveSocket. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is like, this is the key part right here. Like, from element to element, children only, false. Like the way morph DOM works is like you pick a point in the tree, you give it what you're going to change it to, and you just do it. So like for this to work, you need those strings. It is kind of like what I was saying. Anyway. Yeah, I don't think that that this is probably much more illustrative or instructive for us for our purposes. No, I probably not, because I think that's the whole point. Like the reason you architect something like server components is specifically because you don't want to depend on WebSockets or stateful servers. Like these are not trying to do the same thing at all. So because like I don't think you'd architect it in the same way if you were. It's interesting to see where the bridging of the gaps between the different approaches are hitting. And what I mean by that is like, if you think about it for a second, like server components always, it's very easy to be in JavaScript land because like any of the islands or whatever, they just live in JavaScript land, right? You can write very complex logic and handle that the way you've always done in React or Solid or whatever. But then outside of that, you basically use the server components when you do a big navigation. Like the only time you talk to the server is like when you want to like change the page or navigate to a new section or refresh some query results. It's like it's recognizing that like a huge amount of data happens initially on any big load or any big change, and you just don't need the JavaScript to handle stuff on those kind of big changes. But all the interactivity, all those other details, you have it right there. So instead of kind of escaping into hooks or doing a bunch of that stuff, because like here's the thing. Obviously, with the right set of commands, you can do all the simple stuff. You can do like this Hackernews example, you can, but like the idea is like you wouldn't want to do anything more advanced in Phoenix because like then you're just giving up. Like if you want to do something as interactive or like kind of crazy as what you would do in a React app, you are going into the hooks land. Whereas with server component model, going into that is rather trivial, and you only actually go to the server for the big changes. Like that's kind of the idea. Do we pass the old route? Server components don't diff on the server, to my knowledge. They literally statelessly. I mean, maybe I should look at that, but to my knowledge, they don't pass that. They might tell you what URL you're on. So like our version tells so that we can do the nested routing. Like, so it's like, oh, we only need to render these new sections. But like generally speaking, all the work happens on the client, on the diffing side. So we don't actually send very much on the send. We send back more to the client. We send back more. It joins. Could you let me why you would not be interested? I mean, all the reasons not to be interested in stateful servers. I mean, there are advantages, but you're making a decision at that point, right? Stateful servers innately are more expensive, right? Like you need more server processing. You need to keep track of sessions. There's different kind of scaling considerations. Like it's like if you are fine with that, then that's fine. But there's like at the same time, there's this whole movement towards serverless edge, all that kind of stuff is kind of like there's probably going to be stateful server solutions in that zone, but it's like they're giving you more and more reasons not to be on stateful servers. It just never really, it just like, and this could be like old things that we need to get around. There's a certain time period where everyone's like, yeah, stateful servers are a really bad idea. This is probably during the microservice time, the 2010s. The thing I've learned over time is that these things come in waves. It's never like, this is just a bad idea. It's like, no, there's considerations. What's the trade-off? Like, when does this make sense? And I'm just pointing out there that like I've never had any interest in that much interest in stateful servers, just for the most part, like as a general paradigm for developing. And I think most of the modern web hasn't in terms of the JavaScript side of things. So it just like, it's interesting because at one point I was like, the story of the web is like who's left holding the bag, like on state. Like it's the story of how we push state around. And it was like state was on the server back in the day, and we decided that that was a terrible, terrible thing. But maybe we should reconsider that. So I think it's interesting from that perspective. But like for the longest time, that was like, and even from backend folks, like almost encouraged moving stuff to the client just for performance. Now that we have better tools, maybe that changes the equation. But generally speaking, it's been in the same way single page apps have been in kind of the mindset that state on the stateful servers are not good. That's the the whole rise of REST and everything. It's just don't do that. Right. If the technology enables it, then that changes things significantly. It was never considered a good or viable option for on the wider range of things, right? So it's like it's one of those things too that that message propagated everywhere, that it became one of those like I've kind of talked about this a few times on streams where you get to a point where like certain ideas propagate, and then it's like even if they're not necessarily true, they're just like the rule, it's kind of a funny phenomenon because it becomes like everyone knows this, but that thing that everyone knows might not actually be true. And saying like something, it's usually some catchy line that's very simple, but then like everyone just ends up repeating it and repeating it and repeating it. And in this case, stateful servers being bad is that kind of thing. It's just like that propagated for years and years and years as this like assumption that you could always just like know to be true. But obviously it's more interesting than that. So anyway, I just kind of like on that thing. This is just why server components come at it as such a different way, or quick, or any of the front end framework stuff. The stateful servers is basically the no, like right off the bat. Like as an assumption, you can have a stateful server if you choose to opt into that. You can set that up. You can do that, but the framework's not going to assume that you have a stateful server. Right. I think, and that's where the divide is, because even I could be wrong, but don't, like, Turbo and Rails and that are not stateful servers, right? Like generally speaking, or have they added LiveView type stuff recently? Like is that because like traditionally Rails was also on that trend. Like backend technologies were like stateful servers are not good. They're like, we don't want to handle it, right? Because Hotwire, there's a PHP Livewire, but HTML over the wire doesn't mean stateful servers, right? That's still, you can, it's like that's still HTML as an API, right? That's like server components. It's the same kind of idea. Like you render the page, on the next page you render the next page, you diff or you transfer them. That's not stateful servers. Stateful servers is is more of that scenario, like where you're literally changing the data of your UI state, and the server's like, yeah, I already know what's up. This was a 1. I'm updating it to a 2. Rails is not like that. Hotwire is not like that, to my knowledge. Yeah. That I'm not. yeah, I'm not clear on that detail, to be fair, but I'm just putting it out there from what I've seen or understand to be true, that that it is not like that. So I think that's interesting, and I think that helps kind of split. Yeah, exactly. Phoenix isn't. Phoenix is like your typical thing. LiveView is like this newer trend probably, where it's like, hey, this is a stateful add-on. Anyway, what do we got to do? We're 3:30, so we could go this state in JavaScript, and be happy with me being able to eat sushi at a reasonable time. I feel like with the audience I have today, where I'd go next if I don't go that way might not be your typical place. Because another thing that I could do, which probably I feel like I got a lot of Elixir people in here today, and showing how I can make solid components work inside React probably isn't the right topic today. So I think we'll save that one for another day. That's something that I've been working on a lot recently. And maybe let's just get ready for this week in JavaScript. Let me put a few things together here. Yeah, this very much is probably true. They should try and explain how different stateful processes Elixir are. Someone who hasn't experienced it is trying to explain how different fine-grained reactivity and solid is to someone who hasn't experienced it. Yeah, I definitely see that. This is where we're talking about technology game changer, which just completely shifts what people think is possible. I can definitely relate, having been in that sort of situation in the past, where you got to go like, no, the game has changed, the math is different. This is definitely something that is not like what we've seen before. And that takes a little bit of adjustment. Okay, so where are we? Yeah, I did talk about my React idea last week, but I didn't show how I made it, which is what I was hoping to do. But yeah, let's do that a different time. Cap theorem broken. Not really, but I mean, it could be pretty profound. Let's see, bookmarks. I'm just setting up my feed here for talking about this week in JavaScript. Okay, and then the last one I need is solid. I have to admit, I may have not been paying as much attention to other stuff that's been going on this week, because Solid's had a really big week, and looking at this, it actually looks like my Solid feed and my feed are almost identical, which, yeah, I mean, I guess that shouldn't be terribly surprising. All right, yeah, let's move that there. This actually might be a short this week in JavaScript, but I mean, we can always dig into a couple of the topics. Okay, cool. All right, cool. I think I'm set up. Everyone's still live. Everyone's still there. How are we doing? I hope you all enjoyed that. For me, that was really interesting, because it's not every day that I see something that I have not looked at all. Usually there's I sit at the beginning that I kind of looked at it. I barely looked at it. I knew it had WebSockets. That was about it. So this was kind of helpful to kind of position this, because I do see the benefits. I do see how when you kind of make that jump, you certain things get a lot simpler, and I see analogies there. I'm not sure if anything I saw today at the moment gives me new ideas of how to attack different projects more in my space of things, but I feel like now, having seen that better, will help kind of give a different perspective on problems I look at in the future. Thanks. I'm probably look at that here in a minute. Let's just get started here, right? Let's gotta. It's funny. I'm just clearing out banners out of this thing because I have like welcome Minko and welcome Greg. I haven't actually cleared anything out. Yeah, for sure. Have a good one. All right, let's do this. Okay. So now we're going to talk about This Week in JavaScript. I have to admit, This Week in JavaScript, for me, got dominated by a couple conversations. And before we dig too deep into them, I'm going to tag on a little bit of a solid update. And we can kind of go in a bit from there. But so first thing I want to talk about is I am super stoked that we've picked our third fellowship. For those who don't know, Solid's been using its Open Collective money to give back into the community, to help people working on really cool projects within the Solid ecosystem. And in this case, Michael's joined us to help with docs. To be fair, Michael's been working on docs since August and really moving the new Solid docs forward. But yeah, little background: Michael is studying electrical engineering at University of Abuja in Nigeria, and he's been killing it for us on the doc side, and I'm super stoked that we can now like put money into his efforts. He's been working. You can follow the progress of the docs milestones on GitHub, and yeah, no, he's doing amazing work. For those who haven't seen it, docs.solidjs.com, and it's still a work in progress, but I think this is going to be much better foundation for people just getting started. We have cool things like asking what frameworks you're coming from or none to give you perspective. This changes what the docs teach you, TypeScript or JavaScript settings. This is a billion times better than what I've done, and this isn't even finished yet. Graphics, examples, teaching materials, how-to guides, actual tutorials, not just like the very simple. That's cool, even in here. Not just the like showcase that we have on our current tutorials where you show the features. This is going to be really, really quite cool once we get it going. So I'm really stoked about this effort and what he's been contributing to it. While we're doing other solid type news, probably want to talk about some TanStack stuff. TanStack Query 5 is coming out, and I'm very happy if you missed this. This is really quite cool. What's really awesome about this is just TanStack Query, which is React Query, and they've managed to get it work with hydration and server rendering, which is not that big of a deal. Perhaps you'd think, okay, you can do that in React. But what was really cool is Solid Start is built on primitives pieces. So not only because TanStack Query uses Solid's resources under the hood, the data serialization, everything automatically happens in the background. So there was no setup. There's no like wiring in how this hydration serialization works. You literally just pull this in to your project and it just works out of the box. And more so, because of Solid server functions, you can literally wrap this query function in server and query your database directly. And this works with streaming, and this works with like it basically just works as if we'd written into the framework. And this is something we're really proud of here because it kind of showcases off, like compared to Git server-side props or compared to like remix loaders or those kind of patterns. This just like you don't have to do anything differently. This just works with the third-party libraries that already exist in the ecosystem. Yeah. Great to see you, Tanner. I think this is just really cool how this just works. And honestly, I'm gonna give Tanner gets a little shout out here too, because he's been doing a lot of work recently with his agnostic stuff, just using our reactivity. So this is the core, not like the solid integration specifically. He's actually been working on the React integration for the router. And Solid.js is so cool, even better, using it to build libraries that will work with other frameworks too. Solid to React, simply just wrapping that store with a use hook. Yeah, we've seen that with Preact, but I think in our case, our primitives are something that we use every day, and we've been building them up for years to create good patterns. And I think Tenor's really getting to leverage that. This is what I'd like to hear. Here, you came here for this news for this week in JavaScript. So, yeah, this is gonna be awesome. Honestly, I didn't realize Tanner was gonna just show up like this, but sweet stuff to see, and big news coming, in the future. It sounds like. So yeah, I was so stoked about this. I had to like gush about it more because I don't think people realize, like, this is when you see all the pieces come together. This is what it must have felt like for the React team when Next 13 came out before anyone tried it, right? Like the idea that like finally all the pieces have come together. Sorry, that was a bad joke. I'm terrible. But yeah, you like I legitimately, this is the kind of thing that we've been building towards, and like this seeing it all together, just like, yeah, I'm glad we got here so quickly, because like it put a lot of pressure on the framework. I took a risk by doing it with primitives, because if people don't know how to use the primitives, it's more complicated than just saying loader. But I think the payoff will pay off. Like the work will pay off. Yeah. Yeah, I think some really cool stuff. I mean, Tanner's just giving it all today. But yeah, like I do want to talk about some of the solid stuff. Let's see if there's anything else I want to focus on before we talk about the bigger topics this week. Yeah, I guess the other one I want to mention is that my reactivity course on Solid.js is now available on Frontend Masters, which is pretty cool. I have to admit that it is Frontend Masters, so there is a subscription fee. It is expensive to a certain degree. Like, you get a lot of value for that subscription because there's so many amazing lessons in there. But I understand why like that could be prohibitive to a certain degree. It was a lot of work. It was a lot of fun, and I think I did finally get to sit down with enough time, a good like hour and a half or so at the beginning of this to really just kind of stitch together all the topic, like things I want to talk about reactivity on the streams and in my talks into like one cohesive piece. To be fair, if you've been watching my streams, you've probably seen at one point or another all the content in this course. But for people who haven't, it's all concentrated in one place, which is really, really cool. So people who don't have the, let's see, I do 5 hours a week, like people who don't have hundreds and hundreds of hours to watch my stream content can get it condensed in about 4 hours. Obviously not all my hot takes, but you get the idea. So it's very cool to see this kind of come together and how well their editing actually works, because I had a hard time at a certain part where just nothing was working, and they smoothed it out lovely. Right. All right. So I think that's most of what I wanted to say about Solid. Let's continue here. I mean, that's not true. One of the big topics today is going to talk a bit about Solid, which is about the state of JS. But let's move on to another story here. I don't know how many of you follow Dom. I mentioned I was chatting with him a bunch recently. Dominic Ganaway, creator of Inferno, lexical at Meta. He's moved to Bloomberg, and he sounds like he's back in the framework game. We've mentioned a few times. He's been putting up some interesting tweets suggesting how we get things like reactivity into the language, or how we extend JSX. This was an interesting one about inlining statements. My understanding is he's hit a lot of pushback on these ideas, so they haven't been getting anywhere. But I love that he's posting them and getting people to think about it. People started like flagging Jared from Bun, going like, "Hey, here's your chance, Jared." And I think there's potential there, but to be fair, it's hard to go against the tide of tooling. I was very tempted to write an article about this because like people, there is a trade-off with tooling. You know, I was talking about how like you give me the tools, I'll always be able to do something a little better than without the tools. But there is a trade-off with tooling in that it tends to lock us into conventions when the opinions are high. So opinionated tools definitely get in the way of innovation sometimes instead of helping innovation. So yeah, there's the do statement seems like the logical approach to this one. Yeah, but I mean, it is kind of. Here's the thing. This is why the syntax has to be nice, because something like this, you're like, can we just not bother with this? Someone actually mentioned this, right? And I think, where was it? What do we see? Marco SFCs. I actually guess I jumped on this conversation more than I thought, but somewhere someone was like, can't Solid just do this anyways without doing anything, like just wraps the function? And the answer is yes. And I actually made, they're like, oh yeah, you can just do this in Solid and get this, to get the same kind of thing where you wrap it in a function and invoke the function. And because Solid's lazy generally, like this works actually pretty well. It's just, it feels like first class citizen thing, might be worth considering. But I think the challenge is JSX syntax and what's comfortable for people. Like, I don't like this. I don't like this really. I mean, this is better, but this is the influenced by Svelte kind of aspect. Like, it's complicated to come up with syntax. And the thing is, Marco actually has a very beautiful, consistent syntax for this kind of stuff. But again, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, so to speak. So this is challenging. I just like the fact that these conversations have been happening. This is all signs about like people kind of trying to think outside of the box, even deep in virtual DOM land or whatnot. You know, like there's a sense of change, right? And I think this is really interesting to see these kind of conversations happen. We'll get to state of JS. Actually, yeah. Actually, you know what? Let me see if there's something else. Yeah, let's complexity, state of JS. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's actually. I think it might be time to talk state of JS. Yeah. I think it is. Cool. Yeah, let's talk state of JS. There's no way we could talk this week without talking about state of JS. To be fair, a lot of people have been asking me to talk about the state of JS. I put some stuff up on Twitter. I was on Theo's stream with Fred. I think I'm going to do a space coming up with Kelvin. State of JS is always a big event that happens every year. So yeah, there is some cool stuff here, and you have to always take it with a grain of salt that this is like a hype meter check. It's not reality, but they had twice as many people respond this year than the previous year. Like there's more respondents, more significant numbers. And I actually really got to appreciate this because, I mean, there's a lot of places in this results that I'm pretty happy about, talking about. Like, obviously, people have seen this. Solid has the highest retention or satisfaction, whatever you want to call it, now 2 years in a row. That's not hard to do for a small library so much, but like it's still nice to be recognized on that. And this is usually the chart that everyone uses as the kind of main chart. And I think what happened was last year when Solid came in the blip, there was this sort of thinking that like, oh, how did they get on the poll? This just screws up all our numbers, right? But in a sense, Svelte has been taking advantage of this the last few years too, because it's essentially the same idea of having small users, and all the people who use it chose to use it, so they're really happy about it. So there was that kind of mentality. And since Solid might have had last year, or let me look at usage, the lowest usage that anyone had ever seen on this chart. No, Alpine had similar low usage, but they never spiked. I'm just looking at like the lowest usage. Generally speaking, a lot of frameworks never got on this chart until their usage was like 10%-ish. Svelte was 8, 10. Like it's not, it was kind of, I guess the last few years they've been adding ones on. Solid was 3% when it was added. Quick is 2%. This is now the lowest usage we've ever seen a framework get on here. And that kind of caused a bit of a controversy, if everyone remembers, right? So it was kind of funny because I witnessed a lot of this where people kind of just like ignored that Solid existed when they talked about the results, or they kind of like opened up Solid and go, "What's this? Oh, it's React," and closed it and going, "Ha, of course it's number one. It's React." Like there was a lot of that kind of response, and I mean, I personally like. I get it, right? And I talked about this last year and I released an article. But it happened again, right? Which makes it a little harder. No one seemed to get my reference here. Last year, the sample size was called into scrutiny, but at least you could cover the top corner with a well-placed logo. This comment was based on the fact that I actually watched streamers. In my case, my head's down at the bottom, but they had their head at the top, and they literally, I kid you not, I watched things where they scrolled it in such a way that Solid was like under their bubble, and then they'd be like, "Yeah, Svelte is having a really good year, blah 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 blah," and like just skip over talking about the results there. I wrote a very long thread about this whole thing. Not this whole thing, but my review of the results. And but just to that comment, just so you guys have the visual, this is another example of the kind of stuff that I would see. Like the picture would be posted like this for last year. Yeah, and for a lot of people, this was their starting point. But it was just funny that like. The thing with Svelte was supposed to be the future, and Svelte is still the future. Don't get me wrong, but it was supposed to be like the future. Like we were supposed to move away from React or React-looking things and JSX and all that. And Svelte's compiled into the language thing was supposed to be the future. We hit a lot of resistance early days with Solid, especially with Svelte and Vue side of things, because it was like it was suggested that there was a path forward that had a lot of the same benefits, but didn't look like them, and actually believed in the stuff that React did. It's kind of like a philosophical argument to a certain degree. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but it was just one of those kind of funny things that was going on, to the point that like if you go look at the last year, there was a few people like Fireship who actually were like said like, "Hey, what's this?" Right? But there was surprising amount of like just like, look at our chart, we just Svelte React like this. And as I said, I love the fact that this year when you look at the chart, it's not just Solid. Quick's here too, right? And obviously Svelte, which is all like nothing against Svelte here. Like last year, me and Rich did a bit of virtual high five on the release announcement. I just wanted to point out that we have all like this little block that's forming up here is maybe not substantial that much on usage yet, but it's a kind of a sign of the times, because it's not just retention, interest. In this case, Svelte has kept the highest interest. Quick jumped in at a very nice interest level, and Solid actually jumped in interest. I think this is actually pretty indicative. It's hard to actually jump in interest. I think people were discounting Solid even coming into the results last year, and I'm actually probably most excited about the fact that Solid's interest has gone up to be more aligned with Svelte and Quick's entry than anything, because I think a year ago, even if Solid was happy with the people that used it, enough more people were like, oh, I could care less about this. That's where the shift is, you know. And this is over a time period where awareness has completely shifted too, right? Solid was at 38% awareness and now jumped up to 66% awareness, right? Quick has good entry at 50% awareness. That's pretty impressive. They've definitely got the message out there, compared to last year, where apparently not many people were aware of Solid. But I think it gets more interesting when you can actually look at the numbers, because the numbers actually tell you a lot more. And we didn't really talk about this on the previous stream, but you can actually see when we're talking about numbers for where was it? Did I choose the wrong That's interesting. I thought, why am I not seeing what I wanted to? Retention, interest, usage. This is rankings. I don't want to see rankings. Is it? Yeah, okay, percentages. Here we go. Yeah. It's more interesting to see. Actually, I don't even want to see percentages. I want to see numbers. Is this one? I'm trying to think of which graph. Yeah. It's this one I wanted to look at. Because it tells counts in it. Okay, so let's scroll down here. This is more illuminating, right? If you look at counts here, would use last year for Solid was 340. This year it's 1883. So it went from six or seven times more would use. At the same time, would not use went from 40 to 190. So the significant jump up. But interested went from 266 to 12,000. Like, these are much bigger jumps. Not interested did jump up 3x, but it's just compared to that. Even though never heard of went down, so many more respondents were around this year that the never heard of numbers actually, fact they went up is kind of incidental, comparatively. But like, this is so when you look at the numbers, like, this is actually even though the polls doubled, the would use, like, the usage tripled. You know what I mean? Like, and I think I think this is sort of like looking at it, the numbers themselves makes this a little bit more interesting, especially for the smaller projects. For larger projects, it's not nearly, like, if we look at Svelte or something, which is kind of the mid tier. There would use just over doubled. It went from 24 to 62 because, you know, which aligns with the doubling of people polling. You know, would not use 3x'd. Interested more than doubled. So their interest actually went slightly up compared to the number of polls. This roughly doubled. And never heard of tripled. Isn't that interesting? Or 2.5. So I think the numbers actually can give us a little bit more insight. Every Angular dev heard of Quick, and that's a lot of people. Yeah, they're killing it on Angular side, I have to admit. I'm seeing. I saw a tweet the other day, today, when I was looking, where someone was like, I learned about Svelte, you know, because it's cool. But then they're like, I'm an Angular dev, so I learned about Quick. And then they learned about Solid after Quick through Mishko talking about Solid. It makes sense when the number of pollsters have doubled, right? But yeah, the never heard being more than doubling is actually weird. I have to admit that is weird. But yes, I've noticed that it's interesting because I was at an NGConf, and to a certain degree, when they come in there with Quick, there's a certain portion of the audience or group who just don't understand the problems that Quick's solving, because Angular hasn't even got to those problems yet in their server side stuff, like the hydration stuff, you know. But like, when the message clicks, I can see it like really like clicking hard, because it's, for a lot of them, it was the first time they've seen a lot of stuff that other modern frameworks have had for like 7 years, and it's just like suddenly it's like, oh, wow, I could do this. The interesting thing is, other than the resumability part, most of those pieces actually work in other frameworks. But like, Quick is just like it probably feels like you'd been using jQuery, and then suddenly someone's like drops like React on you, and like, look, like there's nothing between jQuery and React for 6 years. Like if you ignored Ember and Knockout and CanJS and Backbone and all that, and even Angular 1, and just went, here's jQuery, here's Quick. Like, can you picture how powerful that would be? Anyway, yeah, no, I've been noticing that a lot recently. But it's good because now all those Angular guys are also talking about reactivity, talking about signals, and it's really cool to see this progress forward. Yeah, I didn't show this here, but both Steve from Builder and Mishko wrote really complimenting tweets to Solid this week. Anyway, let's get out of this data for a second. I probably dug a little bit too deep on this, and can I look? I love some of these charts. I'm only going to really focus on stuff in my kind of front end, back end, or full stack area of the world. But like, the only thing I'd like to say here is Angular has been kind of making a comeback. Even though they've been dropping down in the rankings, you actually see their percentages have been going up since 2019. That's kind of flattened out now. So that's worth noting. Everyone else has been on a slow downtrend. Alpine, Preact, Vue, React. React's actually stayed up really high until 2020, or even 2020 was high. 2021 and 2022 is when React started actually jumping significantly down. Not sure the exact thing, maybe people waiting on suspense, server components, who knows what, but that's when they started actually notching down more, which is interesting. Yeah, no, we're just doing This Week in JavaScript. This is my favorite chart. I tell everyone this. I told everyone this on Theo's stream, because this is when I walk away on Mindshare, this is the one where I kind of decide. This is the one where I kind of decide, like, what the actual, in people's heads, what the order of frameworks are. Like, if you were to choose your first framework and then you're like, oh no, you can't use that, what's your second or third? In a completely, like, like what the, like, popular, like, what's the top framework? Like, if I'm making a top 5 list of JavaScript frameworks or whatever topic, this is the thing that I use. Which is really cool for Preact, because they have, or it's not Preact, sorry, for Quick, because they've jumped into the 5 slot. Solid is still number 4. It was 4 last year. But what's really cool, if you look at this chart, and not everyone can read this chart really easily, because this is positivity versus negativity, and the dark is like more how fixed the thing is, like would use again, and this is interest, where this is like wouldn't use again. I feel like the more dark colors maybe they have different dynamics here, but this aligns on the size of the green versus the height, which is the total number of recipients. And where we're sitting right now is that Svelte is clearly number 2. It's kind of, even more so than last year, it's kind of taking over the mind share of like where Vue used to sit, right? We all know Angular is here for the most part, but mind share wise, Svelte is right up there. Vue and Solid are almost tied. This almost flipped this year, which is crazy to think Solid could slide into number 3. Quick has a very strong entry here, and then Preact, I think they had a decent year. They kind of pushed themselves a little bit further. Because things had slowed with them. I think the release of Signals brought awareness again, and then we get into Lit, Alpine, Angular, Stencil, whose first year on the charts wasn't the best year, and then Ember. Right. That's how I read these kind of charts when I see it. One of my favorite things about this one, gotta love it, is that the awareness affects the height of the bar, but it's more like positive sentiment versus negative sentiment, that normalized by the height of the bar. Yeah, no, I get it. But what I really thought was amusing is I think people didn't understand what rendering frameworks were. So when they're answering this question for front end, almost all the entries into the front end, like write-in field, are actually full stack frameworks. How is Ember's awareness so low? We can watch that actually. Let's look. Let's see what's happened to Ember's awareness. Ember has gone so much less popular over time that actually less people know about it. Just to make sense, Ember was like 96%. Back in 2016, everyone knew what Ember was pretty much. But watch, 94, 93, 91. Okay, so still 2019, most people were Ember. But look at this, 87, 77 this year. Ember is less known than Svelte. It's actually about as known as Preact now, which is kind of crazy. Ember was the React of its time. Yeah, I mean, for a couple years, I know it's hard to say. Angular was pretty popular back then too. What did you mix? You missed Phoenix, not Phoenix. You missed LiveViewJS. But yeah, I mean, if we're talking this, it's just hilarious that the freeform field is all like full stack frameworks. Like Elm is the only one that probably, and jQuery that legitimately probably should be on this list, like in this zone. But I think people just didn't know that. Can we see what the other write-ins were? No, that's too bad. I feel like the other frameworks that didn't fit into this category kind of got robbed. I mean, stuff like, I guess you're like, well, who's that? Like Aurelia or like this Riot.js or Mithril, or like there's a lot of semi-known JavaScript frameworks that basically got pushed out by all these server rendering frameworks. Yeah, Marco should have probably got a vote in under rendering frameworks here, and it showed up last year on this list, but it looks like there were not enough people who voted Marco this year, which is too bad. I wrote in Marco here. To be fair, Redwood has 12 here, so yeah, we'll talk about that one in a second though. But in general, people are pretty happy with front end frameworks. Solid had a good year. My prediction is people who cover this survey aren't going to talk very much about this one, because it's kind of like one of those things where you like acknowledge, you're like, oh yeah, these guys are like, people want to use them, but so what? Like, it's hard to say much about this because it's like what does it mean? Well, it means that you're still using React. So yeah. Right. Okay, so let's talk rendering frameworks, because if Solid had a good year, Astro is like literally the same. Like if you look at the numbers, it's like they're mirrored. Astro has an even higher retention, which is crazy, but it went up a couple percent, same way Solid went 1% of retention. Interest, Astro also went up a little bit, not as much a jump in interest. Usage, same thing. They jumped even bigger. We went 3 to 6, they went 3 to 9. So very impressive usage. Same zone of thing. And awareness, 30s to 60s. That same doubling effect that we were talking about. So I think Astro's rise here is it's a big deal, because they've legitimately found a use case and been able to translate that into usage. This 3 to 9% is really impressive in how fine-grained it is, because it's not like people dislike Next.js. In fact, Next.js is, even from happiness standpoint, even makes React not like, look at this, 88, 91, 92, 91, 90. Like Next.js hasn't dipped, even though the positions might suggest as much. It's like a strong 90s for 5 years. Like, that is impressive, right? And I think that's really kind of key here to understand is that, you know, these guys are the new players, Feltkit and Astro. Remix launched strong last year. It's an interesting chart with them because it's... So, I don't know what to make of this, but it's definitely an interesting one because when you look at this, it looks like their green is actually completely flat, and everyone new who heard more about Remix decided that they're not interested in it. That's not how these things work in reality. It's more likely that some people got uninterested and new people got interested in it shift, but it's just like the graph looks like that. You say that, but I actually don't think that's true. Like, it would look fine, but you'd see the percentage go down from 93 to 83. Like, to be fair, these percentages probably wouldn't go down unless stuff like Svelte or Solid or Quick existed, right? So, but so I want to point out that, like, people still very, very much like Next. So so is this usage thing? Yeah, how's Next on usage? Yeah. 10% to 50%. Steady growth too. Like, honestly, what's there not to be impressed with? No, I mean, yep. Still finding, like, these guys are still have a lot of awareness to catch up on compared to, like, Gatsby and Next. Gatsby is like the Ember of render frameworks, right? Like, it just dropped right off the cliff. In terms of retention. The funny thing is, like, it's a big part of enterprise. People still use it a lot. But in terms of, like, I guess this sort of segment that is on this survey, like, this is what you get. Yeah, I don't know what's up with 11D. I feel like this, like, it's hard to tell from numbers. It's possible that the new pool of people query, like, did 11D's awareness go down at the same time? No, it stayed about the same. A little bit up. Okay, so that's not what it is. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure. The other thing, though, could be something even simpler than that. It's just like usage went down, though. It's possible that Astro does what Astro does so well that, like, while I don't think it affected usage of 11D, I wonder if it affected interest. 11D, though, added a lot of really cool features this year. We talk about, like, WebC, the islands or whatever, and with the web components, and, like, a lot of things that would give a lot more power to JavaScript. So I don't know. I can't really speak to that. It's kind of similar trend line actually to Remix here, where it's about a 10% drop. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. So yeah, this is a hype game. So I think Astro is just kind of digging into that and maybe hit 11D harder than other things. Being a hype game is tricky when you're a new player too, though. So, like, I don't know. Remix is going to do something that'll probably, like, blow our socks off or something next year and whatnot. But again, this is the top three, and I think this is, I told you, the realistic thing. Even if Solid or Remix, or sorry, Solid or Astro kind of top the satisfaction retention thing, if you put it into this chart, which is the chart that I like to look at, Next is clearly number one. SvelteKit and Astro are coming in closely in 2 and 3. Then a drop off to Remix and Nuxt and this. And part of this is there's more React developers than Vue developers of this. But this is essentially, as I said, my order here. This is in my head how I rank the frameworks. So big on Astro and SvelteKit coming in here as 2 and 3, right? You know I love this. I think I pointed this out on Theo's stream. I think this might be something I'm partially responsible for, but when I told everybody about the JS survey, the way I sold it was, oh, it worked so well this year. I spent so much time on it this time, instead of being with bugs, but writing in everyone's name that I wanted to. There's so many names, it took me like 20 minutes to fill in the survey. Well, anything related to our community did pretty well on write-ins, and Solid Start was the highest write-in for rendering servers. I hope our GitHub stars and growth over this next year merit us to get in the shortlist next year, so we can come up with these people or these frameworks. But this is a pretty dominant display on the write-ins. So hopefully, I don't know, this is really cool. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about testing on mobile. I'm going to open the mono repo tools only for a second to show that, because not everyone spent time here, but I did get a pick in for State of JS, and my choice for the year was Astro. So I don't know if everyone saw that, if they've scrolled down in here enough after looking at Bun and Dino. But yeah, I don't even know what this category is. Like, they only have 3 or whatever. What are these other tools? Yeah. But yeah. Astro, awesome framework. People should check it out if they haven't. I'm pretty sure they have. Otherwise, the results wouldn't be like this. Other cool things, less out of my focus, but clearly TypeScript is just like, this is just absurdly bonkers, right? Like, it's not about, it's just like, what do we got here? 34, 28. It's like 60% of users use TypeScript at least 80% of the time. So, like, yeah, I mean, this is a sign of the times, right? Front end is still leading, although back end, or I guess full stack, is catching up. Although I think this is, on Theo's stream, we realized that this correlates exactly to the number of people who said they use Express. So this is node backends, I suppose. So, you know, this is real. Single page apps. I don't believe this chart. I don't think half the people know what they're using or what these terms are. So I kind of move on from there. Resources. Yeah, it's everything that I put in didn't really get much, like all my write-ins didn't really get much representation here. So I think this is some interesting stats, though. A lot of self-learn directed, which makes a lot of sense. Some online courses free. Online courses paid in school and stuff and on the job are much lower. It seems though videos are making a big cut into this. And if you look at the video screencast numbers and compare them to Fireship's numbers, I think it's like they match up almost directly. Yeah. Fireship 15364. So just wanted to kind of give that a shout out. But yeah, blogs and magazine. Medium is still beating Dev2. That's too bad. Stack Overflow, MDN. These are just websites you learn about stuff. This all makes sense to me. I love how Kent C. Dodds always kind of like manages to get so high up on it. Kent is amazing, and this is cool. Like testimony how you just like, it's like Kent C. Dodds versus like all these like free code camp, web.dev, Udemy, you know. So Scrimba, West Boss is up here too. So, but where are we going? Video creators. Seriously, this as a framework author, if Fireship like mentions you or shows an image of your stuff in a video, instantly you get like 100 stars on GitHub, even if it just flickers for like 10 milliseconds. If he does a video on you, expect to get 1,000 stars dumped on you. So yeah, I learned from This Week in JavaScript. Thank you. And actually, to that event, we're actually pretty close here because we've got a lot of amazing people who are on the list. People like Prime, we saw earlier. People like Jack Harrington, Coding Garden. Obviously, where is it? A lot of other really great video content creators. Fireship. Am I forgetting anyone? Kenzie Dodds, Ben Awad. Yeah, no, I think I talked about everyone here. No, I'm kidding. And obviously Theo, nice debut here, jumping right in number 4. So really strong showing on video content, especially when you consider like Theo here, 5,391. That kind of, you could see the rise importance of videos, because when you go to podcasts, it's already like almost double Syntax, the most popular podcast. So like, yeah, I mean, the reach of video is just amazing. And thank you to all of those people who said they learned from This Week in JavaScript, because kind of like Solid Start, in the other one, we got number 1 on write-ins for video creators. So that's all thanks to you all. So yeah, it's funny though, a lot of the people here are actually here, like McGill or like Jack Harrington or Prime. I think they were under the fold and people didn't see it, so they wrote them in. Not that adding these smaller numbers would have added to the other ones, but it actually suggests that being under the fold might have had a significant impact on the results. Because usually you can take any of these and like, I don't know, like 10x them at least if they were shortlisted. So yeah, I mean, very cool. And honestly, this is super cool. So thank you everyone who's watched the streams to kind of write in. As I mentioned, the some of my favorite podcasts did not get that much of a showing here. But yeah, JavaScript Jabber, I had a really good time with that, with Dan. I'm trying to think of any of the other ones that I really quite enjoyed. Yeah, not on here. PodRocket, absolutely love PodRocket and FS Jam. Anyway, this last chart of the show, this was surprising to say the least. Shocking and surprising, and I don't know what else to say about this. I opened the results up. It's funny. I saw that the that the survey results are up, but it was right at 5 o'clock, right when it was time to eat dinner, so to speak. I'm try to be pretty religious about that, but I saw it happening and I posted it as soon as I could. I think I was one of the first people to post the results up on Twitter, and I didn't get to actually look at them. I flipped to the frameworks tool, saw Solid was 91 in retention. It was just like, thank God. You have to understand there's a little pressure there for expectation when you kind of spike it one year, and then like who knows what's going to happen next year. Now I'm less concerned. Whatever happens from here on doesn't matter. We showed it, but last year I was just like, what if this was just some blip and, kind of double thinking stuff. I didn't see this until like a couple hours later. And when Fred did his chain of reviewing the results. And yeah, I mean, I think this is just telling people to do write-ins. I don't know what else to say, but incredibly awesome to see this, to be in it's funny, the top 4 are all framework authors, Dan, Rich, myself, and Evan, but to kind of see this kind of response to this. This is good validation in terms of like it's powerful for people more outside of our community to kind of see this, which is really cool because you have to understand like in terms of impact and reach compared to some of these other people, I am not that right. Like I just got to 20,000 followers this week on Twitter, which is really cool. But if you click on any of these people, it's funny, that's not the right Twitter. Oh, that's hilarious. Anyways, 300,000, 72,000. I mean, it doesn't really, like, these people, Anthony is like the next closest, and I think he's at 40 or something, or 30. Like, these are all big names, people who've been working, have big social presence, and like Tanner at 13, you know, and to, you know, as I said, obviously these are really small numbers for voting, but just to kind of have that kind of impact that people would write, name in, it's really cool. Yeah, no, I know Dan's Twitter. So yeah, I don't know. It's obviously just a popularity contrast, and we can all point out that Sarah Drasner is way too low on this list. But so many people. Adi Asmani. Yeah. We'll say this, Zach is showing up here, so people are aware of like Eleventy enough to like write in his name here. So this is Mark Erickson, Jason Miller. Yeah, like everyone on this list is amazing. I just like skipped over like half of them and then like anyway. So yeah, I mean, the funny thing is I didn't cover it, but there was only one winner for this for the survey this year, and that was top level. Wait, no, I'm kidding. It was Veet. I do like this animation. It's cool. Most write-ins was Astro, so good on you guys. And then I think this was Private Fields and React. But yeah, Veet is a game changer. We all know that. Everyone follows the stream knows that. There's no surprises there. All right. But yeah, so that was this JavaScript survey. It was really awesome experience for me. Little bit of an adrenaline rush, realizing, you know, how things showed up. And honestly, I don't know how things got here. There's a lot of interesting discussions of the implications of these things. I think we can't read too much into any of this, but it always feels good to be recognized. So I think that's really cool. And we were talking about Quick and Builder. Mishko gave a very glowing thing about Solid, and as I said, this is he has a big sway with the Angular community. So I think this is good. He said, "I think all future frameworks will be fine-grained reactive." That is a statement. So very cool. So very, very, very cool. Okay, but there was another kind of couple little topics here that I wanted to cover before the end, and like seriously, like Lee Rob 2. This is even before the results came up. I thank you. I don't know. Like, you understand how awesome these people are that are saying this stuff. That's anyway. We got a lot of work to do still, and the truth of the matter is, it's not all easy. Shout out to Maple. I saw this and I was like, yeah, I guess it's time for this, right? I wish solid folks wouldn't be all like they've seen the light to people who still prefer React aside from ecosystem tooling reasons. But I realize I'm probably like that with Remix. So this is a good thread if you want to check it out, because I think the conversation here is actually relevant. Like, I saw this and I didn't respond at first because I was like, you know what? Like, this is a good conversation to have, especially out in the open. We've talked about this stuff in Discord. We talked about it on the stream when we talked about the tech bros gatekeeping, kind of like being too pushy thing. And I've been really proud of the community and the way that they've generally avoided that. You know, I try to keep, you know, there's always going to be the comparison with React and stuff, but like generally trying not to be like, have you used Solid yet? As a response to like everything, right? The tricky part is when you're not part of that community and you see that, like after a few times, it starts to become a little grating. Like don't do that. Like we would often comment that like that's what all Svelte ever did. Everywhere you do something, they'd be like, have you used Svelte yet? You know. And I think we're getting to a point, maybe a little burst in popularity and stuff there, that Solid is getting more of that as much as we try to keep this down, right? So I think it's a good topic to talk through, right? And I actually mentioned that I'm a little bit guilty of this with Maple myself, specifically. I don't go around telling everyone that they necessarily need to, you know, see the light. But I definitely have a long-term optimistic view for what we're doing with Solid and fine-grained reactivity, so much to the point that when, you know, Maple's like, oh, I still like this model, I'm like, yep, that's good. Let's chat in 6 months. Like, I definitely put off that error. So I do have to admit that I'm a bit guilty of this myself, even if I don't tell people that. What I say, we've got time. So I do have to remember that. The thing is, I actually like the comparison that I did in this thread. Thank you, Fuzzy. I go around and tell people that they need to use Astra all the time too. But like, this might be the best you guys tell me if you like this framing, okay? It's not unlike the question between retained and immediate modes in graphics. For people who aren't aware, retained mode is when it's basically like what Solid does, or like HTML or the DOM does, where you like draw the thing and it sticks around and you describe how it changes. So like most UI, a lot of UI libraries work like that. Immediate mode is like a game engine where you just spit out the next frame, every frame as fast you can. You throw away the previous results. You directly access the video card. So instead of having, to be fair, this isn't a fair analysis because React keeps something in memory and diffs it. So technically speaking, React is not like immediate mode. Like, but the idea, generally speaking, is retained mode has better performance and immediate mode is easier to reason about because you just imperatively redraw the whole thing. So there is a comparison to be made here. And that's what I'm saying. It's no secret that one approach is conceptually more performant and one can be simpler for people to reason about. Because generally retained is always more performant than immediate. The problem we have now is we kind of got into this hybrid zone where the lines aren't so clear. A React that always re-renders without consideration is an easier mental model. Definitely. Like the one we had class components and that was the approach. There's a render function. It was pure. You didn't expect state to persist. It was a very easy mental model to be like, yeah, it just re-renders it. And most people didn't even think about the lifecycle as much. I actually think since hooks, performance in React has probably gotten better. People are probably writing better React code because they had to be aware of this, of more of these things. And it's better for orchestration. There's so many benefits that come with hooks for React. But the mental model is trickier. And I said, now we care about renders and much more interesting comparison because at the same time, you could argue that we're writing better React code, but its strength on model kind of weakens, like in terms of simplicity. So with two completely competing philosophies, let's say like retained or immediate, we can only really contrast the best version of themselves. And this is where my incredible respect for the React team comes from, because they are our immediate mode to our retained mode. This isn't a perfect comparison because I said they do retain stuff, but it's like conceptually it's that different when you talk about comparing React to Solid. It's like two sides of an approach. And because of what is hard for them is different from what's hard for us, we can attack problems in our own unique ways. So like, but what I was trying to go to with this thread is ultimately, if our paths continue to bring ourselves closer, it's fair to question the model's suitability for the area. Like if React gets more retained mode-ish, as I was saying, like more aware of these updates, what renders, like talking about things in terms of dependencies, then there's a bit of a head-to-head, because then you do have to ask if reactivity is a better model for this than what React is doing. And as I said, this goes beyond the particular implementation, but the model, and that's and even goes beyond the performance of what we're measuring in these libraries today. It's a question of like, what is the better mental model for UIs? And maybe there isn't a single one. Everyone has their own way of looking at things, but which is why I respect that there are these differences, like what Maple likes versus what I like. But I find it interesting that as React shifts their view, and maybe in their model, maybe in their head they aren't shifting it. I think this is a fair question to compare and consider maybe if certain mental models fit better. I agree with this statement 100%. That's the thing. People will always find ways around the framework. That's and that's why escape hatches are important to understand. The distance. This is my biggest concern. There's different ways to handle complexity. Everyone knows that abstraction makes things, not everyone, but generally what happens is abstraction makes things easier, not simpler. Usually the abstraction is a tool to hide complexity for some case, but you generally a lot of frameworks like React prefer low abstraction where possible, because that keeps things simple. If you get to a certain point, there's no real other option except to add abstraction if you want to keep things easy. And I think that one of the challenges is those escape hatches still have to exist. And while sometimes we can look at the leakiness of an abstraction as a metric for how successful a tool is at, how should I be, being consistent or being like complicated, because if the abstractions don't leak, that complication is never put on the end user. They don't get to experience the complexity, and that's a win. So if you go with the abstractions, hopefully they're not leaky ones. However, escape hatches are in themselves, how should I put it, like a intentional abstraction leak. And I think that if the further our escape hatches like get from our abstraction, like the deeper we have to go, it also is a reflection on complexity. Right? Some people obviously had comments about some of these things, and there's just so much good discussion here. In React plus hooks, caring about what renders is almost always a smell. This is a great comment. This is like the thing is like, if you don't use effect, I can get behind that, except top-down model-wise, like at first I was thinking, cool, maybe dependency arrays are small. They're not. They're conditionals, right? You can picture like when you're looking at React component, you see a dependency array. You can like, if change, do this. If not change, do that. That's something easy to reason about in terms of top-down imperative thing. It's a conditional. However, because the code on the branch you don't take sticks around, that requires to know, like that breaks the abstraction essentially. And having hooks like use callback and use ref kind of also make that more obvious that you have to know when things stick around or when they render. So I think it's interesting. Actually, Benton here had great conversation. I've only talked to them recently, a couple times, but very intelligent, very thoughtful individual who thinks about the problems quite deeply. I was very impressed with my conversations. I kind of go off about hooks and life cycles, and ultimately the conclusion of this conversation is that all our efforts, at least from my perspective, the conclusion is all our efforts are really around addressing gaps in the language. And we attack it a little differently, whether like Svelte's compiler, which might be too simple of a solution for today, what React's doing React Forget. Because he asked basically, is like React Forget going to change this? And I said, if anything, React Forget makes it harder to reason about the top-down model. And I think that, yeah, I tangented into here from the original tweet, but I think this conversation, as an aside, was very, very interesting to me. I think the more important conversation here is where a lot of the other people, kind of framework people, came in. Like, you'll see the light eventually, Maple. But the Antonios are very involved with the Svelte community, right? Pushed Maple to say why, and this is a great list. This is kind of, with React, I like being able to describe my UI should be to talk better depending purely on props and state, like as a function. With solid concept, you describe what it starts out and how it changes over time. This is immediate mode versus retain mode, right? And I think this is really where the challenge comes in, right? So, as I said, I think this is a good conversation there. But I love stuff like, a lot of people are saying doesn't solid have the good parts, but I think it's actually more interesting when we had stuff like, I saw some Ryan Florence. I generally worry about Remix superfans acting like that. I love what we built, but nothing is perfect, right? I struggle with this sometimes myself. Kenzie Dodds, Primogen. I'm like that with Rust. A whole bunch of people came out from the community to kind of talk about. Hits all before saying they haven't seen the light, points to React and Solid on the graph. This is a great. I'm just going to heart this right now. Solid is, for most people, definitely right here. One thing. This is where React is at this point. One thing I will say is the way we teach Solid is, and the way we talk about Solid often has considerations in terms of design points and in terms of like choices that are made by other frameworks, which has actually been one of the challenges here. This is why I haven't learned TypeScript for that, is that I'll start doing the same for Astro. Is that like it's hard when you spend a lot of time in your own zone, in your own bubble, kind of working on stuff. In the case of Solid, that's reactivity. We've been working on signals. I mean, signals existed before Solid. Signals existed, in some form with MobX and Knockout and View and all this. But our little zone of where we built to this pure rendering, all the things that we needed in order to make a fine-grained renderer, all the aspects and how we design it, has been an area that people who are experts in Solid or spent time with Solid for the last few years, we've been harnessing in our own zone for like 5-6 years. We didn't have the quick spike up, like when Svelte 3 came out originally. To be fair, Svelte was around before Svelte 3, but that's when the compiler came in. Like an immediate, like, oh, this is a new novel way, huge popular gain. Ours was a slow build up to the point that now when people are recognizing signals in 2021, and I think it's particularly hard for some of the experts in our community to kind of reconcile that like some other people, like when they start adopting the patterns, don't get it, or might like make their own versions that are slightly different. And it's like there's this tendency to want to be like, to educate and be like, look, that's really good, I'm so glad you're doing this, but the next step's this, and the next step's this, and the next step's this, and then you'll get here and then like do this. And it's like, no, like let them figure it out themselves, right? Like you got to contain that thing, because like it's hard being in the position, because like Fabio, it's funny, we talk about him occasionally on stream because he's very involved in our Discord community, doesn't even use Solid really, but he wrote Voby, which is a very solid like framework. And he kind of gets into it with Ryan, who's involved with some of the infrastructure side stuff of Preact. And at a certain point, I felt I had to step into this conversation, because Fabio holds his opinions pretty strongly, and he didn't come on here like he's not the guy who goes on and goes, hey, you should be using Solid, which is, I feel like, what Maple's dealing with. He's just a very technical person who strongly believes that not all the API things. He's also written one of the best criticisms of Solid to date, but like the reactivity part, at least, is something that is like well thought through and designed. And when he looked at stuff like what Preact has been doing and their approach, he was like, like this is fine, but it's not as good, right? Like it's missing a bunch of stuff. And that's a difficult conversation, because like, are you hating on other frameworks if you say that, right? Like, is this a subjective opinion versus an objective opinion? That was the course of most of this conversation, right? Like, and at a certain point they kind of get like a little heated with each other, because at a certain point Fabio goes, yeah, I agree with you. I was being kind of subjective, but I am being objective about this point about the API design difference between Preact signals and say Solid signals. Like, I think this is not even a subject; it is actually opinionated fact. And this is the kind of gray zone you get into, where it's like, what's the right response here? And I've learned over time the right response is like, let people do their thing, and not like if there's a lesson to be learned and they've made their choice, then they will learn that lesson when it's due time, and not should push it too much. Of course, this debate kind of goes on and on and on, it's unfortunate. I'm trying to see where I stepped in at some point. I was just trying to be like, hey, you guys, can you guys, like, it's okay. Because I guess average Solid use, basically Ryan says like he'd use Solid even if the performance wasn't there. And Fabio is like, and average Solid users chasing performance metrics. Like there's some stuff that's thrown around. And honestly, this is kind of, this is the challenge of having these kind of discussions on Twitter. I don't think if you ever find yourself, and I just, the reason I'm bringing this up with the community, because I think it's important, is if you find yourself in a discussion like this where you're like this number of messages deep talking about some technical aspect, like this is probably not the platform to have the argument on. This never ever goes well for anyone, right? I mean, that's, like this just goes on and on. I'm trying to see if I can find where I finally came in. I see my heart's in here, so I must have finally responded somewhere around here. Yeah, I mean, if you get here, this is just not where the discussion should happen. I'm it's okay to make a comment about something you feel, like what started this discussion. But like, this is just, I'm done digging through this one. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but I think this goes beyond end of story. I think it goes beyond that. Like there is this, which is where this is important, but Preact is no slouch either from a performance standpoint. See, I didn't mean that Solid is objectively better than Preact. I don't think it is. Preact is maybe more user solid, but I did mean that Solid's interface for signals is obviously better. Like those are strong statements. It's like I used to play Magic the Gathering and people would say strictly better all the time. This is I think we need to avoid strictly better language. I do want to bring this out because I think this is the edge of the community. I tried to mend things. There are mechanical reasons that are more obvious when building a solid-like render, and even more scenarios when building within that world. For me, this isn't a subjective thing either, but I appreciate that not everyone's trying to build the same thing. That's trying to like end it, but this conversation just goes on, and yeah, I mean, this is just at a certain point, I talk about, I don't even know. Yeah, you know what? We're done with this one. This is just, some of the discussion was really good. Some of the discussion offhand. I think I wanted to show this so that people can kind of think about how things look from the outside when you kind of get in these kind of scenarios. If you played, Yeah, I know. Strictly better happens with every new set, of course. It's part of drafting and like, oh man, Stormcrow. Okay, so this was one of the kind of things that I wanted to bring up on stream because I think it's important for us to kind of recognize as a community. Hopefully this has some kind of impact on some people. And I'm not just doing this to point out not to get into, like, I'm not just saying don't be Fabio here. In my opinion, these guys are both responsible for where that conversation ended up. It's essentially like, do consider what the context of the conversation that's happening is. It's when someone goes, what framework to use, and you go solid, that's fine. If someone's telling you their thing and then you go solid out of nowhere, that's not as fine. And it's fine. I watch Twitter like a hawk, and we're actually pretty good about this. So I feel pretty good about this. It's just, I think as things grow, this will continue to be a challenge. I use Rust. Yeah, there we go. We're done. Whole web dev space. You just use Rust. But yeah, no, that was one. The other kind of spicy topic this week that I wanted to talk about was this one. And this manifested in a lot of ways. At the same time, when everyone reflects on the state of JavaScript, I think they like look at stuff and then they look at like the front ends thing and they're like, what his solid and quick and svelte, whatever. And they're like, why are there so many frameworks? And this got like a lot of likes and quote tweets and attention. And this one annoyed Theo a lot. If for some reason this one doesn't annoy me as much, I'm used to hearing this and I can empathize on a certain thing. What I don't like, and I think the thing that's hard, is I don't like that some people are lying to themselves. Everybody hates the current state of web development. I don't think that's true. I think the statement is like, I know it's a hot take, that's why it's prefixed, but it's just like, it's not true. Like web development has gone through so many stages and like things are better now. Like at the same time that complexities increase, so have our ambitions. Like these things go in tandem. You don't get to like one than the other. It's not like, oh, we just need to return back to, like make the web great again. Like that's not going to work. You can't, like, things have progressed forward. Yeah, like Dreamweaver. There we go. Like if every website was built on Dreamweaver again, would we be happier with web development? I I don't use Twitter like at all. How do you get into internet fights about stuff? Yeah, I mean, I was guilty of this. I learned this lesson really early on in Twitter, and I just didn't do it. One of my earliest fights on Twitter and it was like the only one. I had no followers, and I made a comment going like, it wasn't my thread. They were talking about JSX and how you could, analyze it or not analyze it, and how, Svelte couldn't use JSX essentially to do what it does. You can see why that would be bait for me, because I was just like, of course you could make Svelte with JSX. Of course. Like it's obvious from where I'm sitting, but no one knew about Solid. It was 2020. No one knew about, the work I'd done. And this was a highly thought thing. The experts all kind of agreed. It was funny. It was like React stayed in their lanes, Svelte and Vue stayed in their lanes, and everyone's kind of happy to do this. So when I saw that comment, I was like, no, you can completely do it. Like, you just do this, and the JSX is just syntax and all this. And the debate like got into people like telling me like that I didn't know what JSX was. And I'm like, well, JSX is a spec. I'd linked. I'd be like, isn't JSX spec like this is JSX, right? And I showed the spec, and I'm like, what's the first line? JSX is an XML-like syntax extension without any defined semantics. That's what JSX is. No semantics. And, some people... I actually wrote a Dev2 article about this after this fact. I guess I'll share it in here. And this is kind of... Sorry for this tangent. But it was one of my first Dev2 articles, because I was kind of testing Dev2 at the time. But where was it? Maybe web components aren't the future. Thinking granular. JSX is not hyperscript. Let's drop this one in chat. But... yeah, I mean, it was definitely possible, and I remember this experience. Because like I actually got kind of visibly upset, because like I was getting like clown faces and stuff, and I'm like, no, like people were trying to tell me that JSX wasn't compiled, and I was like, well, of course it's compiled. It's a runtime transpiler or something, and I'm like, no, it's freaking compiled. Like and like I was getting flustered, and it was very difficult at the beginning, because like I had like no followers, and turns out the people who were in that argument with me were Adam Rakis and Jamie Kyles, like Jamie Builds Ghost, and like it was yeah. I mean, when you start seeing other people like tweets the other person makes, like it starts heating up, and next thing you know, like you feel like you have to say something, because you like know that like yeah. I got past that point, but I remember it was very difficult, because at a certain point I wasn't even trying to bring up Solid. I was like, at a certain point I was like, look, okay, here's here's my library Solid. I can prove to you that JSX can be analyzed like Svelte. Look, and then the response to that was like, hey, Dom Ganaway, like Inferno guy we talked about earlier, this guy says he solved what you couldn't, and like people get kind of nasty sometimes on Twitter. And yeah, I mean, you wonder how you get into that, but like, it's completely possible. Thank God, Dominic Ganaway is such a stand-up guy, and he's like, no, this is legit. But like, that was I got into not as big as that, but I got into little tiffs like that for a while, because I was trying to find my ground into Twitter, and I wanted to be part of the conversation. I didn't understand how it worked. I had no following, and like I was like, I'd see conversations of things that I thought was like, no, that's clearly incorrect, like, and I was like, if thought leaders are saying that, we should talk about it, because and it's a lot easier when you actually have your own base and people and stuff to get into the conversation. But I don't know, I just didn't understand how Twitter worked. But yeah, I mean, I've learned a lot since then. It was one of those kind of scenarios that it is easy to get fighting with people on the internet. Anyway, that was a bit of a derailment. Let's let's get back here. But to the thing here is, where I was trying to go with this is that mobile teams run ahead. I've never experienced this in my whole life, but that's okay. Yeah, they got a lot of flack from this because this is kind of, the thing is, I can empathize with this, but it did kind of cause a bit of a feedback chain. And one of my favorite ones actually was actually what Adam Rakis did. He was like, because Ben did a video, Ben Holmes, about the, web and complexity. A whole bunch of people started talking about this again. Zach Leatherman, 11D, his latest blog, I think, was this, right? Kind of sets it up where he's talking about JavaScript community, 17 years. He embraced NPM, he embraced Node, and then I web packed across the Great Divide. The Great Divide really resonates with me. I keep coming back to it, and I think it continues to be accurately described what two distinct and separate camps of web developers, right? And he's talking about the difference between web developers versus JavaScript developers. This article is probably worth a read for someone, but it's all along this topic line because we always reflect at this time of year. We always think about like how things could be better, right? Or where things are at, right? Because like his point was like, he was reading the state of JavaScript's results and was just like, this is hilarious. He's like, Solid and Quick are suggesting that React might not have all the answers. Well, wait, when you're straddling the divide, you pretty clearly recognize React never had all the answers. He literally links to all these articles over time that show that. And then he's like, Astro, Remix, and Next, among others, are making us reconsider how much code we nearly ship to the client. Well, wait, you're straddling the divide. You know Remix is 67.7 kilobytes, Next is 90, and have not meaningfully reduced the bundle sizes at all. But the narrative doesn't suggest much. Measurements reveal that bundles are growing. Next.js was 72.2 kilobytes compressed in 2021. Yep. Then he mentions some stuff about how React's only on 3.2% of websites, and jQuery is at 77 still. Talking about the different worlds. I want to be a web developer, not a JavaScript developer. I think this sentiment is rising, and I think this echoes what we're talking about here. In here, there's some parallels. The complexity is real. I wrote about that in my coverage because we're trying to solve really hard problems. But I think one of the mistakes that we've been making, and not everyone's made this mistake, but I think front-end frameworks have made, is they look at React and they go, oh, wow, we can match React's DX. And we can match that model, and then, we can improve on performance, improve on things, and that way we have the good UX and good DX. That's the argument. And the funniest thing is, some people might even accuse Solid of this to a certain degree, but like I never was trying to match React in any sort of way. It just like happened that way. But I've seen that kind of trend where like things are chosen maybe not because they make the most sense, because people like React, so I want to be like React, and I make that kind of decision. And I think that's the wrong bar, because for a certain group, which is a significant group, React is already too far along that range. Like that shouldn't be the target. That's like maybe the sweet spot, but that's not like the goal, so to speak. And maybe we forget that when we're so marked in our community. Because if anything, if we can find more simplicity, that'd be even better. So, like, I can see the balance on this sort of thing. Like, that being said, I don't think people are lying to them. There is a large group of people who are enthusiastic. People like yourselves watching the stream, Theo's community. People. There's tons of us working on these problems actively. The reason I look at stuff like this is because I want to get a temperature reading. I want to understand, and it's currently Friday. One error on a React component can render your whole screen white. GraphQL is great, but blah, blah, blah. Like, a lot of people just jumping in on here. This is very soon for the next one. Please consider it. Is front-end developer really just dumpster fire right now? There's a lot of proud to fully endorse take. This. The funniest thing is, I honestly believe they couldn't build the experiences they want to. Like, no one's here is presenting solutions. But they don't have to for us to take feedback and consider the implications here. I take this very seriously. More seriously than I could. Should perhaps. Right? That's what, I'm looking at stuff like LiveView because I want to understand what the mentality or metric is complexity. Some people have been approaching this in different ways. I told you I was talking to Benton a bunch and talking about Dino and no build. Like, on one side, I looked at that stuff and I played with it and I thought of what I could do and I thought where it was at and I was like, no, this doesn't get us where we need to get to from a UX standpoint. The challenge is that the DX and UX are always pulling on each other. And we thought at a certain point that the DX is really good because the tooling had caught up. But the tooling itself is causing a barrier here that isn't as obvious for people who are already in the zone. I think that's what I'm getting here. This is more like a hate thread. Okay, so someone thinking it's doing domestic parts, but it's going direction, especially with Passport Revolution. Yeah, but that doesn't really address. It doesn't really change anything. I hated front-end web before it was cool. This is how full circle this is coming. People have hated front-end web dev always. It only got cool. Like, this is funny. I'm pulling up these comments because I think it's important perspective, and it's a good reminder to people working in this space. So maybe that's more a reminder for me. In this crazy JS world, what should one use to get shit done, disregarding micro optimizations? Whatever they want. Like, I think that's kind of the problem, right? You shouldn't be looking for one solution. Do you know why you shouldn't be looking for one solution? Because the web itself is a big place. It's the work and efforts of many people, even the platform itself over time. Like, this is a non-single company owned project. It is something where it's the amalgamation of many. Like, the web in its openness and the way it works, it's the same openness that gets reflected in its developer tools and tooling. That's the whole point. Like, it seems insane to me that there'd be a one way of doing it any more than one company owning the destiny of the web. Yeah. Well, the interesting thing is because we sometimes get pushed along the tool lines before we're ready or what doesn't make sense to us. First time I switched to TS and configuring the app was a mess. I think it's still a mess. Yeah. I mean, maybe use whatever makes sense for you to make it work. Because I think it's such a sad problem. But it's like someone like being told how to develop on the web in a way that, it's funny coming from me perhaps, that you don't feel comfortable with is the problem, because then you don't like it, and then like but it's going to be the United Nations. It's going to be a bunch of different approaches and a bunch of different takes. Yep. Of course, React's a super pragmatic choice. If someone just asked me that question, I'd say, yeah, go learn React for today. Well, depending on what you're doing. Are you building a site or building an app? If you're building a site, I tell you to just go use Astro. As I told Fuzzy earlier, I tell people to go use Astro a whole lot. But even then, Astro has a certain tooling thing, because you have to be aware of NPM, and you have to, like, we take for granted the overhead of getting, like, how easy to get started is. It's funny because I remember getting started in like Maven with Java, and like other things, mobile thing. I actually found moving to Node and JavaScript easier than that, but I don't know if anyone else did. But like, then again, like this stuff has always had a level of complexity, and maybe there's an expectation that certain areas of it could be eliminated or that it would stop. But as I said, I think it's reflective of the nature of the thing itself. Well, I can't believe you don't tell people to use Vue. Yeah, I mean, TypeScript is an interesting language. It's like I always use like the Dark Knight comparison about the like not what the thing we need. You know, where Batman at the end kind of becomes the villain. You know, like TypeScript's kind of like that. It's like what we need, but not what we deserve or whatever. Like I don't know. It is what it is. The thing is, if you've been at this for a while, like it's hard to identify, like, because the tooling and stuff keeps on getting better, but is it keeping up with the rate of the complexity of our ambitions? And I don't know if it is. I think we constantly probably need this reminder. Yeah, I dream of simply return to pure vanilla JS, everything in the browser. Yeah, I mean, yeah, go for it. That's the other thing that's funny about this on the web, right? Because like you can still build a website the way you did 20 years ago. Like nothing is stopping you. So it's not that people want to return to pure vanilla JavaScript. I think this is part of like Svelte's allure. They can go, oh, I'm just using vanilla JavaScript. Psh, you're not. But like the shared delusion of conservative group think are defining characteristics of software workforce. Group identifies supersedes all other impulses, even to the point that rational and scientific analysis are never even considered. Whatever. Yeah, I don't know where this comes from. I've been through Internet Explorer. Yeah, I mean, I don't need to read the rest of the comments to know where this is coming from. And actually, I really liked that Adam Rakis encouraged people to talk about their path through web development here. You know, because we can all say that stuff was worse back here compared to now if you've gone through this progression. I have my own story. I was building websites back for bands in the late 90s, and I was using HTML with JS, and I'd use Perl, like CGI bin, to do stuff like guestbooks. And then eventually that turned into PHP. And then I got hired working on ASP.NET, web forms, MVC, Silverlight, kind of stuff. And then as we got client heavy, I was talking this earlier in the stream, we're doing jQuery and Knockout. Like, don't get me wrong. At different points, different things felt better relatively. I could say like ultimately we're getting to a better place, but there were definitely points where things felt worse or better because of the rate at which expectations rose. Because you got to understand, from this side, no one had any expectations, and the fact that you could like do a guest book was like sweet. So like I have very fond memories of this time period. PHP muddled it a bit, but it didn't destroy it for me. Whereas the other hand, this time period with ASP.NET web forms and MVC and stuff, this is like the worst dark ages. But it's because at the time the expectation of apps became real. We weren't just building simple websites. We wanted more. We saw mobile and we're like, geez, why can't we do that? And then, you know, when I went back to university and was doing some Java and Ember, I was like, man, this is so much nicer than .NET. And I'm kind of cool to see like you know, have a true front end framework with JavaScript and stuff. And I was like, yeah, no, this kind of feels better. We don't have all this garbage, right? But then like when I went to this startup here, this will forever be a high point for me, getting on the Node backend Knockout thing when we did this migration from Ruby and being all pure JavaScript, you know, and God, that people think using NPM is bad now. You don't know what it was like back in the day. Like, so like it goes in waves, but if I look at the whole progress line, can you picture building what you build now this way? No, not a chance. God, oh yeah. We're talking about table and CSS float. I can go back to yeah. This you know what I'm talking about, right? Or using table with all percentage widths, and like it's funny because in the late 90s we had responsive designs because all the tables reshrunk. It's everything was like bad percentages. It was funny because you'd like try and figure out what's up at a weird breakpoint, but we didn't have the concept of breakpoints, so it's like you'd like it was like, no, if I make this 1% or 5% smaller, I'm sorry, this stuff was bad. Right, but that's talking from a modern thing. Bootstrap was awesome. Like, oh man. So like, yeah, like the thing is when people first here's the thing. Here's my theory. And it's the same with anything. When people first get introduced to web development, there is that like moment, and it's like programming or anything. There's a moment like I remember when I first was introduced to programming, I thought it was so cool that I was responsible for making that thing, and like it was an extension of what I could think I could create. And web dev has this aspect similar, except it's what you create actually goes out to everyone. Like it's the distribution model of the web that makes it exciting, because suddenly your simple thing that you put together or coded, you can put it up somewhere and then anyone in the world can see it. That is that adrenaline rush, that ability to share and create and share that makes the web so powerful. So the first time you get introduced to this is going to always be like that golden period. You're going to associate any of the tools, any of the things you use with it, with having characteristics that that generally are good to a certain degree. I mean, I don't know if that's 100%. If I got introduced to web from ASP.NET, maybe I would just like not be a web dev today. But like for me, this was amazing. This HTML and JS view source time period, and it made me really like JavaScript. Even though I spent the next decade working for companies that hated JavaScript. So much so that when I got back into this startup and did all JavaScript, it was the happiest I felt about web dev since the beginning. Since then, I have to admit my satisfaction has gone down again, and the complexity and stuff. But it was because of this time period felt so good. And I think it's sometimes I see that, people who get started now with React are going to have this akin thing to the way React re-renders. I think like that's going to be like maybe something that they remember in fondness and it'll bring back again in like another decade. Anyway, like yeah, I mean, that's the thing. These things always go around in cycles, right? Good classic web reworking the thing. The important thing to understand though about this trend is like we're not going backwards. Like the things that get borrowed in this case are they resemble it. They're like the 10% or 20%. They're not the 80%. It's not like it's mostly the things that we've done in the meanwhile with a little bit of an inspiration of the past, even if it looks more like that. It's we haven't forgot what we've learned. And I think that's important to understand, right? Like the challenge is it never stops with learning the stuff from the past. When I talk about the stuff from the past, I actually kind of talk about more of like one step backwards, two steps forward. It's a pivot point, right? So like this progressive enhancement trend we're going through right now is a trend. Like, don't get me wrong, progressive enhancement is important, but my opinion is that the solutions we see for progressive enhancement right now aren't going to be the final version of this. This is just us going, oh, they had this solved before. Can we incorporate this in a consistent way with how we do things today? We can. That's impressive. That works. If you think about it, the web fundamentals for forum posts still work today. They've always worked. Progressive enhancement in that sense has always worked. What's cool about what Remix did was they realized, well, if our server-side handlers can be written in such a way that they can handle both types of requests, then the end user gets it for free. Great revelation. it's been copied everywhere now. That's good. But that's still following the form of what it looked like back then. You still use a form and it feels like that. That's the pivot point. The next point is when we change how we do it using that knowledge. And that's what I'm looking at. Right now, the last couple of years have been a pivot point. 2020 and 2021 have been a pivot point. 2022 first started giving us a hint of what the next direction is, and we're going to see that continue into 2023. That's my opinion on that kind of thing. But yes, it's important to examine other solutions in space and understand elements of our past. Because the thing is, this is what you do. You think you have an idea and you take it as far as you can and see if it fulfills the thing. And we've done that with single page apps. Now we need a little bit of a course correction. Then framework dies and we start. This is think about all the components we recreated in every framework every year. I mean, every framework that comes along has to recreate stuff. Yeah, that's great. That's awesome. This allows us to continue to tailor and affect our view of what good practices are. This is why web components haven't succeeded to a certain degree. It's because that rewrite process is important. Like, you don't want to do it every year, but in 5 to 7 year spans, we should rewrite all the components. I think, but you understand why this is like at odds with like that kind of thinking about complexity. Like, oh, why would we do that? It's so much complex. Shouldn't the web just have the right primitives? Well, if we learn the right lessons, we will get the right primitives in the standards eventually, and things will get better. But the thing is, the most important thing about the web is how open it is and how we can standardize on it and how we can get there. And that takes the learnings, the combined knowledge and learnings of everyone. So it's not just a single party driving it. So all those rewrites, all those lessons learned are all for a good cause. It's like when you're training an ML model. Like this is how it's messy. It's democracy. It's like how the web moves forward. That's the whole point. Yeah, I love this because this kind of conversation is exactly like everyone's talking about their own little things that they remember that were good at different points that made them excited about development and web development. I'm just watching the chat right now as it scrolls. I think that this is exactly why we talk about this, because the web is something that should be celebrated. And sometimes it takes the hot take critics for us to kind of reflect on the incredible things, Does Solid have a Spring-based animation library? I'm not sure. I think Motion 1 does cover that use case. We do flip-based transitions with like Solid Transition Group, but Spring specifically, like I don't know. We'd have to look at those packages. There are a few animation packages, but yeah. The funny thing is, you have to think, why has it taken so long for certain type of controls to get into the browser? It's because like the stuff that's hard to get in is hard to get in for a reason. Sometimes those reasons seem really stupid for backwards compatibility, but it's also that power that lets Marco Rogers or whoever create a site the same way that I created a site back in 1997. Right? So this is all part of what makes the web. It's kind of like I feel this way about JavaScript too. This is what makes the web like such a wonderful place, is that like it has these warts and things because it reflects like where we are. Like it's made by many people. It's not streamlined. It's not clean. And it has to support everyone indefinitely. So I love the web, and I love developing on the web. and we just see the same evolutions over time. And I think it's fine. As I said, I'm not going to take this stuff too seriously, but I do like getting a read on where things are at. And I think my read is pretty good on that. The complexity stuff is hitting it. But I mean, this isn't hard to say. Innovation's happening right now. It's okay. Every time there's an innovation wave, that's when this conversation happens. And we are, unfortunately, we're not at the beginning, but we're mid-early curve of it. So, that's where we're at. God, versioning would be a nightmare. Can you imagine that? Yeah. Yeah. Oh man. What are my thoughts on Quick? I've talked about Quick before. I talked about Quick several streams. In general, I think it's very interesting technology in terms of the way that the lazy loading works. In terms of like what that means for what you can build on the web. Like I don't know if it's actually important at all, that aspect, but I think it's interesting choice. And because it does have an impact on the types of ways you can approach building things. Definitely. And it actually has trade-offs too. So it's like not a free thing. And I think that's the most interesting thing for me about Quick. Resumability is also interesting to me. And I think it's a good thing. And I think that's an easy win when you get to it. We worked on resumability a lot with Marco as well. And I think the tricky part right now is figuring out the impact of that resumability, because it's a different take on hydration costs. But the truth of the matter is, other approaches to that, like islands and whatnot, for a lot of sites, maybe not super complex ones, don't really change the math very much. Like it's unclear how much the hydration costs. The bigger wins are on the partiality that comes from serialization, like not serializing all the data because you don't need it on the client, which you get from islands, and just reducing that execution cost. But islands also have significant execution cost reductions. So it's hard to say right now what impact something like resumability actually has, because like it's funny, even in a lot of a few Quick's demos that they've done where they like showcase like some lighthouse scores where they're like winning out. It's actually their server rendering performance on those particular things that are actually making the difference. It has nothing to do with the hydration costs. So it's like, compared to single page app, yes, definitely better. But like compared to other approaches like server components, unclear. So I think it's going to be interesting to kind of see the importance of the impact is of those technologies and if they impact how we build stuff, and then kind of go there. I mean, I'm super stoked on the fact that Quick's promoting reactivity, which they need. It makes sense. Reactivity and getting away from the component model is key to being able to do what Quick does. But it's difficult. We still have to see like the impact of different sorts of approaches to the same types of problems, and everyone's working on these problems right now. So that's going to be interesting in the next year. And I think, as I mentioned, the complexity thing is this other thing ringing around in my head. If we might not be very clear trade-off if gains aren't that big, but someone figures out how to reduce complexity, I'm almost guaranteeing you that the reduced complexity is going to make a bigger impact, because the performance wins, if they can be gone in other ways, even to 80%, we're in so much of a better place that it'll make it difficult. So I think this is kind of like a wait and see kind of situation. I don't wait. I look at these frameworks and play with them all the time. I love Quick. But like, I think this is one of those things where you go try it, go play with it, see if you like it. I think that's going to be the most important part of this, because I don't think it's going to be the performance that ultimately makes a difference there. In the same way it wasn't for Solid. It was not Solid's performance that made the difference. It's a nice one when people go and they look, oh, geez, why is Solid so fast at rendering everything? But that isn't going to be the deciding factor. As long as you like somewhat address the problem, reasonably well, which I think a lot of frameworks are. Not single page apps today, but I'm talking about stuff that does partial hydration. You'll be in a good place, and Quick is a great option there. Hopefully that answers the question. Quick is clearly better than Angular. Well, it's hard. I will agree with that statement from Quick's selling point standpoint. I think Angular has some interesting benefits from the way that they like have built out a full framework that's mature and stable. But yes, I mean, generally speaking, in our realm of things, I could agree with that statement. Yeah, that's a good statement. If JavaScript were good DSLs, then we wouldn't need JSX. Yeah, I could go with that. So we have JSX, and now JavaScript has a DSL. Did I say Misco from Angular? Oops. It's fine. They're the same person. Oh, no. Someone shared this link. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to judge the worth of resumability right now. The funny thing is, like, I play in this game. I do get excited about new technology. I've covered Quick probably more than anyone, and I was very early on that boat. So, like, I still get excited about this stuff. That's why we do the stream. It's for people who get excited about this stuff. I think it's awesome. I was so stoked to open those results. Not only see Solid obviously at the top of the retention thing, but see Quick jump in there, you know, right near the top as well. Like that is like, you can see like it's signaling things, like the really cool things are coming. Oh, where's the Strictly Better? Did I miss it? Somebody make a joke about Strictly Better. I'm sorry. I'm just catching up with chat. Yeah, I mean, what Quick needs more than anything right now, and it's what I need as well, is for Marco 6 to come out. We need to show a different version doing similar things. Like Marco independently came up with Resumability 2. We call it Resumability because literally Mishko coined the term, but we didn't even realize it. Michael kind of come up and we kind of invented it even before even being aware of Michko's talk. It was before I actually wrote about it on Dev2 before Quick was even released, and we need a second opinion. Essentially, I think that's what Quick needs right now. So I'm hoping that it's coming. So, like, because I think aspects of Quick are definitely going to be wins to various degrees, but being able to evaluate the whole package is tricky, which is good in the sense that this is really novel technology. This is stuff that is like different. I have a lot of appreciation for different. I spent years working on Solid different until it finally all lined up. It took me quite a long time. Obviously, the people working on Quick at Builder, there's multiple of them, and they are all seasoned veterans. So, you know, there's probably a lot more potential than me working by myself. But it took me years, you know, to figure out the right balance of things and borrowing from different projects. Like I know before my work, Adam Hale, it took him years working on SJS to kind of figure out that balance of things as well. And this just keeps on going. So, yeah, I think that's it. Quick runs the server once, RSCs run the server every navigation, LiveView. The thing is, yeah, and this is a more interesting architectural thing, but Quick might run on the server every navigation. Actually, Quick doesn't run on the server once. For the most time, they actually prefer MPA things and approaches. Because while you can scale up to a single page app, it's like there's so much unnecessary stuff that happens with that approach. So like, I do like that you're trying to like give them clear things, but I actually don't think Quick's path is so obvious here. We could replace that with like Next or SvelteKit or something, or Remix, runs on the server once, RSCs on every navigation, and LiveView on every interaction. I think that's a better thing. What's interesting is how much play you have to move between these paradigms. Quick is a solution that has a lot of play to move between these paradigms. Interesting. RSCs are actually a mechanism that could have a lot of play to move between these paradigms. Also interesting. LiveView, I did not think so, but I saw today has at least some amount of play. I'm still not going to lie. I think I'm definitely, this hasn't shifted my position in the world. I just have a newfound appreciation for what it means to have stateful servers. I think this experience is streamlined. I do see the DX benefits. I do see why people like it. Like it seems very good. I don't know if I can live in that world, but it's good to see how it looks like when you get to that extreme. And it's interesting for me, for these other paradigms, which kind of sit in the middle, how we can take that knowledge and leverage it the best. Because I do think still that these kind of approaches are better playing on both sides of the field. It just happens because of the way they're architected. Yeah, though the problem is, then we'd have to agree on what it compiles to, I think. I don't want us ever to decide what JSX compiles to. I think that's the power of it. But maybe I just don't know enough about how DSLs work in other languages to understand that. I mean, it's hard. You pick something at the right time, ride it for 5 to 7 years, and then you're on the next thing, right? So if you don't like React and you won't use Angular, we use Next, but that's a small project. So React is next. So unfortunately for you, React is the big dog. And from what you're telling me here, you probably want to use Vue, maybe. But Vue, it's hard to say. So, but the problem is because everything that I recommend after Vue might not be big enough, right? Because I'd love to say, yeah, well, obviously you should use Solid or Svelte or whatever. But I can't recommend those compared to things that have the same level of usage. Talk to me in a year, maybe. That, I mean, Svelte. I can recommend Svelte at this point. Actually, let's maybe check out Svelte if that's for you. If Svelte isn't for you, yeah, I don't know. I think Solid's great, but I think being a pragmatist, I think you probably I think this is the year where pragmatists learn to come towards Solid. So if you're interested, we should chat. But I think if you're trailing, we're not ready for you. We're at the front end of the pragmatists. That's where Solid is today. We've captured the hearts and souls of the early adopters, and it's time to move into this next year's time to step up. Yeah, I mean, this is a cool feature, but you also, I think there's a question of like, how does this even matter? And I'm not sure. This is actually my least favorite part about Quick, because it has potential, but it also is kind of like, you're going to need a certain amount of the JavaScript anyways. So it's like, and code splitting, it depends on what you're doing. And because a lot of the stuff that gets eliminated by the small bundles are things that could be statically shook out anyways from like other partial hydration things. So like even resumability, like this is a trickier one for me to like. It's okay, but it's also the thing I'm maybe curious about, but also like least optimistic about. Anyway, just create T3 app. They didn't like React though. Oh, if you could go back to the first year before Solid went public, what would have you done differently in terms of build? I think most of my regrets now at this point happen to do with things that I tried to make more convenient for people. Those are all mistakes. Classless, create mutable. basically anytime I kind of questioned myself and was like, I think this is hard, but there's too much to do. Maybe I should try and like streamline it a bit, or like add an extra API to cover the gaps. Even to a certain degree, when I look at solid start, I'm like, did I go too far with create server data? Should I just left it at server and route data and let people do it themselves? It's always generally the times that I've overshot on convenience that I've kind of regretted. I think abstraction easiness is generally like something that'll come and bite you in the end. But I mean, some people are fine with that. Like Vue, that's like, they kind of love that. So it's like, yeah, that's just not, it makes it harder for me to move. But yeah, I think those are the kind of things I'm pretty happy with the progression of the reactive system and most of the other choices we made along the way. It was just most places where I tried to add convenience features. Even directives are biting me a bit because of TypeScript. It's like every time I try and make something easier for people, the tooling's like, no. And like, and then I'm just like, yeah, why did I try? Should have just kept things simple. Okay, yeah, okay, sure. Okay, I'll take that. Because there's not, like, who cares, right? I mean, things don't change overnight. And there are benefits that, if you watch my stream a little bit earlier, there are benefits of React's model. People do like it, right? Like Maple, right? It's not all about performance. In places where performance matters, like e-commerce, yeah, I wouldn't touch React, honestly. But like, I mean, there's so many aspects here. Just use Astro is going to be the default device. It kind of is, in the sense that most things are websites and not that many things are apps. And if you have a site and you got a bit more interactivity, use Astro, add some more solid. And that is kind of like really good standard stock advice. Just use Astro. This is why I'm so hot on that project. Even with stuff like Solid Start, like, don't get me wrong. If you're building the next Twitter, hit me up. Like, Solid Start and what we're doing there is going to be, in the coming years, like the best way to build applications, build social media platforms, like all that stuff. Dashboards, data viz, anything on the application side, even things that are like kind of static, even e-commerce, hit me up. Like, but like, that's not everybody, like, sorry, not class list, class list. Anyway, you know what? You guys all just reminded me that it's 5:37 and I've been talking way too long about this, but I'm glad to see the goodwill about, technology and about the web here in this chat as we kind of talk from now to then and get excited about the new technologies. That's the point. So like, that makes me happy, I understand there's a lot of complexity out there and a lot of people dealing and suffering with that, waiting for us to get AIs that automate these things and whatnot. But we can still be excited about what we're doing today. Yes. Oh, check this out. The timing is almost perfect. Go eat sushi. You bet. That is exactly what's going to happen here. Thank you so much. Not sure what I'm going to be streaming next week. Maybe I'll play around a bit more with I don't know. We'll figure it out. As for you all, have a great weekend and see you next week.